I'll send a note to the. Okay, we're now live on YouTube.
Yeah, please do, please.
Hi, everyone.
Yeah.
Hi, Dr. Hala. How are you?
Hi, Maria, Natalie. How are you? It's
I'm
great to
great. I'm
be
great.
here on the second day of Empower Her 2024 virtual conference.
Yes, yesterday was a very insightful day for all of us who attended. Great speakers, globally diverse professionals, thought leaders, experts in their industries. We're very honored to be part of this event. We would like to thank the London Intercultural Center for hosting this platform for us, empowering voices of women. I'm actually excited to hear today's event because we have some allies with us. We have some speakers who are male speakers supporting women.
Yeah, that's
Hi,
it.
Indira.
Hi, Indira. We can't hear you. You are muted, my dear.
I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm
So
so
it's
happy
great
to
to have
be
you
and
again,
to
Indira.
reconnect again. Sorry?
It's great to have you again.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be here again with you and with the beautiful and powerful speakers and the international thought leader. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome. Yes, what is distinguished and distinctive about today is that we have the keynotes will be a male, a man who has supported women the whole of his life, and he wanted just to give some words to encourage women around the world. And what do you think? Do you think that men can support women? Can we say that behind every successful woman, there is a man who either supports her or triggers the best of her?
Definitely, I completely agree, and then it resonates completely with my experience. Throughout my life, I was balanced, supported from men and from women. I think to make a woman successful, to make a man successful, we need each others. We need really everyone supporting us and. I would not say we can exist without each other. In our society,
Exactly.
everyone brings its strengths and the weaknesses, and it's also not a goal for a woman to replace and to be a man. We have to remain female with all our features, with our weaknesses and strengths. And it is exactly this diversity and richness and this lavish beauty of the life that inspire us and empower us as a society.
Exactly. I totally agree with you.
And you know what? In every success of a man, there's a woman behind it, they say, right? And I totally agree. Based on equity and equality, it should be the same thing, right? Men should be supporting women, especially if you are if you have a partner, if you're married, and it's seldom that based on our culture too. I'm from the Philippines, and our culture and our tradition is typically hierarchical and patriarchal. And so, I grew up that women should be behind men in terms of support, but then women are not getting a lot of support. And so that's one of the things that I really wanted to change in the mindset of my children. I have two children. I have three children. I have two boys and a girl. And so I know I really try to teach them that equity, it should be for everyone. It's not about your gender. Even in the simple things as household chores, I try to make sure that it's equally distributed. So, those you train them while they're young, you put that kind of mindset while they're young. I think my role as a parent, it's my responsibility to teach them, put them that seed. And then so when they grow up, they become responsible human beings when they grow up, hopefully.
Yeah, exactly. As for Empower Her, in fact, we had the great support of Dr. Sihati, the honorary president, who joined us yesterday. He was on the plane back from Dubai, and he joined us then. And also we had the unlimited support of the board members of London Intercultural Center, and also of Hadi, who also supervised the IT team for this event. And today we have, in fact, two men. We have Doug and we have Kevin. And we will be so pleased to listen to their messages to women around the world. Yeah, I see that nobody has joined us yet. So yes, men are the fathers, the brothers, the husbands, the lovers, the friends, the mentors. Yeah. And women are the mothers, the sisters, you know, a mother or a woman is earth in itself. It's the symbol of fertility. Yeah, so we hope that there will be a kind of inclusion and equity for all women around the world. Yeah, so do we have anybody with us today? Any comments in the chat? Anybody
Now,
would
I
like
can
to
see
comment?
that, sorry, Dr. Hala, I see that 4 attendees have joined, at least that's what I can hear here now, 5, but we are still 8 minutes to start, you know.
Yes, we haven't
We still
started
have
yet.
plenty of
Yes.
time, and it's always to count with some difficulties and technical issues to join. I always experience that joining on some platforms that you have to try once to twice. But coming back to your last statement, I completely agree. You know, this is exactly the main message of equity, and empowering women is just possible if you are empowering all the society. And this is starting from the places where we are born, when we are raised, when we go to the school, because in all this environment, in our ecosystem, we build us, we build our strengths, we build our experiences, our resilience. We start with our stories, the story that really impacts our life. And hopefully these all stories and experience build us to the better humans that really have
Exactly.
aspiration
Exactly. I
to
totally
include
agree with
all
you.
others. Yeah.
Yeah. So far we have been talking about males and the life of females, the support we get from them. And we said that behind every successful woman, there is a man, either to support her or to trigger the best of her. So welcome. We have our keynotes with us. Welcome.
Hi, Doug. And we haven't started yet. We're just having this chat. We hope to start.
Warm up.
Yeah, it's just a warm up. Welcome, Doug, and we'd like to welcome all those early birds right now. We see some people who have joined us already on YouTube and here on the Zoom. If you can please let us know where you're joining us from, that'll be great. It's a global event, so we would like to welcome everyone, regardless of the time zones that you're in.
It is always amazing to see what AI and the new technologies has made possible, you know, joining and meeting the people all around the world.
So we have Louisa with us again. So before we start, Doug, would you like to tell us what a wonderful decision you have taken to join us here at Empower Her 2024 virtual conference? It's a great honor for us. Would you like to comment on this before we give you the mic as a keynote? Because we are waiting for the rest of the audience to join in.
No, I really appreciate the opportunity. I'm just so deeply honored, especially after I listened in yesterday. I was really moved and inspired by so many of the presentations, every one of the presentations. And in particular, I made a variety of notes. And so thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for making this available to both men and women and everyone around the world. It's so necessary to come together and connect up on these very important issues. We have a lot to overcome. We have a lot more impact and a lot more progress we need to make collectively together. And so these opportunities are wonderful stepping stones to that progress. Thank you for making this available.
You're most welcome.
Maria, can I ask you a question?
Hey,
Go
Louisa,
ahead.
how are you? Good to
I'm
see you.
great. Good to see you as well, Doug. Glad to
Hola.
see you've joined. Tudo bem? Maria, Maria, do I have to make you a co-host? What is it that you said in your message?
I guess it was Hattie, but you have a document to share, right? Later?
I have
But
slides. I have slides. And
you have slides.
I
Okay.
figured out
No, I will be, yeah, when it's your turn, Louisa, I will make you the co-host.
okay.
Yeah.
Because
So,
I want to test the slides.
okay, I can make you a co-host now. We have 3 minutes to start. So I'll make you the host and try if you can share the slide. Go ahead, Louisa. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. We can see your slides.
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
stop sharing now.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
And
Yeah.
I think it's good to go. Break a leg, Doug.
Do you want to share? Do you want to share any slides or?
No,
Are you
I think that Dr. Drescher will be, but I plan to just speak if that's okay.
Yeah, of course, it's okay. Yeah. Hi, Janet, welcome.
Hi, Dr. Hala, and hi, everyone. Happy International Women's Day to everyone, including Doug.
Yeah, exactly. Happy Women's Day.
Yeah.
Hey. Thank you.
I just want to wish everyone the very best, and I'm looking forward to hearing all of you speak. I'm sure it'll be a great
Janet,
day.
where are you broadcasting from? Where are you joining
From
us from?
London.
From London, yeah.
Yeah.
And so we have some people here who joined us already, and they're very gracious to let us know where they're coming from. Dana from Southeast Florida, 76 and sunny today. Happy International Women's Day.
Okay,
Wow.
great. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us again.
So if the chat is disabled, just put your comments on the Q&A box, and then we will be able to monitor that. Okay.
So we are joining Maria from Canada. I'm joining from Dubai. Our keynote is joining, I think, from the US, right?
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, and we have Louisa. Where are you joining us from?
just sending it? Minnesota.
From the US, okay.
Yeah. Just
Andrea from Switzerland and Janet from London.
All right, well, welcome everyone. It's already at the top of the hour. We will start our Empower Her event, day 2. My name again is Maria Droweco. I'm the founder of the Inclusion Journey. I'm based in Alberta, Canada. I'm an equity and inclusion strategist, been helping leaders create a equitable and inclusive environment, and author of the Unhide Yourself, Break Free from Bias, Stigma, and Stereotype book. It's an honor again to continue hosting this event with London Intercultural Center and Dr. Hala El-Minyawi. And yesterday we had a very insightful day. Lots of powerful insights from our speakers, stories that really tugged our heart and made us think. Lots of questions that made us think and unpack. It's a very it's a very full day of learning for us yesterday. Today we're very excited to hear more about our speakers. We have a variety of speakers today because our keynote is an ally. We'll introduce him to you later. I just want to welcome everyone. We have some people joining us from Florida, from the US, from Texas. Welcome. Please continue to put your location on the chat or the Q&A on the Q&A box because I think the chat is disabled. And again, this is a CPD accredited event. Make sure that you register. Later on, we'll be sending you the link to register for the event for the CPD accreditation, and you will get the certificate. We'd like to welcome everyone again. I'll pass on the mic now to Dr. Hala. I'd like to introduce her. She's one of the senior board of directors with London Intercultural Center. Welcome, Dr. Hala.
Thank you, Maria. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of Empower Her 2024 virtual conference. And happy International Women's Day to everybody. We were just saying that behind every successful woman, there must be a man, either supporting her or triggering the best of her. So I hope all of you will look at the darkest corners of your lives and find that one, male or female, who will support you in your journey towards your destination. So today we are very happy to have two very successful men who really helped humanity, and they were really the models for servant leaderships. Maria, back to you. You are the host of this event, and you will introduce our speakers.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hala. Again, welcome. Welcome to our speakers who are joining us right now. I can see them all in the panel. Just a couple of housekeeping. If you're not speaking, please try to turn off the video, and then it's just for the recording purposes. But then once we call you, you can turn the video back on again once we introduce you. Thank you. And so right now, I'm very honored to introduce our keynote opening speaker for today, Day 2 of Empower Her event. Our keynote speaker is Doug Branecki. Doug, hopefully I pronounced your last name correctly. I researched it. So Doug is the founder of Global Chamber, CEO and founder at Global Changer, making global businesses easier. So he's an entrepreneur, a Fortune 500 executive, and inventor, connecting leaders to clients, investors, and partners in 195 countries. We're very much honored to have Doug speak to us today and share his insight on this Empower Her event. Welcome, Doug.
Thank you, Maria. I really appreciate it. Well, happy International Women's Day. Thank you to Dr. Hala, and also thank you to the London Intercultural Center. We appreciate the collaboration between the center and Global Chamber London and Global Chamber more broadly. I would like, in my 15-minute beginning here today, to introduce you to two very strong women in my life. The opposite of what Dr. Hala mentioned is also true. Behind any successful man, there are probably many women. And in my case, there are maybe hundreds or thousands of women who've inspired me, who have kept me moving forward. And if I've been successful, it's because of them. And the two women I'll introduce today are both women who lived to 99 years old, and I'll explain more in a moment. The title of my talk today is Be Global and Unstoppable. And those of you who are part of Global Chamber know that as our tagline. It's been our tagline for all 8-9 years of our existence. And it's always been, at least for me, an inspiration because it's important that we be both global and unstoppable. And I'd like to explain why. I think in the case of being unstoppable, it may be quite obvious why we need to be unstoppable. It's because we're surrounded by things that try to derail us. There's lots of ignorance and fear. And whenever we try to do something new, or if we are a little bit different, and we're all different in different ways, we are put down. We are put aside. We need to push through that. And so part of why it's so important to be unstoppable is that we all face these things in our lives. And in particular, women historically and today continue to face more of this than men. And anyone who is marginalized, it's tough. It's tough to go through life on a daily basis and persevere and have the resilience to be successful and to move on and to continue to have impact. The one other thing that I noticed over the years, since I've been an international trader, I started to do international business in January of 1987, was my first trip to South Korea with the DuPont company. And I've noticed over the years that trade is hard. You have to travel, there's different cultures, people have different opinions, and you need to work through all of those. And so it's very important to be unstoppable relative to trade, and the ability to be unstoppable in trade is a very nice attribute. It helps you with the normal type stuff that we face on a day-to-day basis in our neighborhood or with family. So if you're able to do trade and to talk to people and negotiate through challenges and problems, that helps you become unstoppable. I think it's also important to be unstoppable because people count on us. All the people here in this room have people who count on you to be unstoppable. I had one of our regional leaders give me a very nice introduction recently and said something to the effect of, "I've never seen Doug disappointed," or "I've never seen Doug not optimistic and positive." And I think all of us recognize as leaders that there are times when we're not that. But we do not necessarily maintain a face. We want to be real and transparent. However, it is very important to recognize that people are counting on us and that we need to present ourselves in ways that continue that level of inspiration. I'm honestly not probably very good at it because I tend to be somewhat transparent, and I'm also very positive in my life. And so I tend to see the world with rose-colored glasses a bit. So I don't always paint the hard picture that I sometimes feel internally. And I could probably benefit by sharing some of the dark side, if you will. I'm not sure. I've seen other people do that, and they're very effective at it. I'm just not very good at that. But I am, I think, certainly always self-inspired by optimism, by the belief in the human spirit, in the belief that we're all tied together in a way that creates what we call at the Global Chamber the global tribe. We're motivated by having our children have better lives than us, have a roof over our head, the Maslow's hierarchy, and remembering that we are a global tribe, that we are a group of human beings. And finally, why unstoppable? Success feels good. You know, being successful as a business person, as a family or community leader feels very good. So I think it's probably fairly obvious why we all need to be unstoppable. We face lots of challenges. We need to keep moving forward. We need to have mentors to guide us. We need to continue to lead others and have impact. The second piece of that, be global and unstoppable, the global piece may not be as obvious or self-evident. And that really, quite honestly, wasn't obvious to me until I did my first international visit to Seoul, South Korea. And I noticed the first day, certainly the first 2 days, that this was my calling. International business was my calling, and that my mind now was open and changed forever in a different way. One of the ways that and why being global, I've learned, is so important is that it provides a level of perspective that maintains our inspiration. And I think there's several examples I'd like to share that where this makes sense. One of the first things that happened within the first couple of years of my becoming an international executive with the DuPont company was I was approached by a young woman, Marcia Cho, who said, "Hey, now that you're going to Asia, I'm originally from Korea, and I'd like to work for DuPont Korea. Is there something you can do to help me to get them to know who I am?" She was also a DuPonter, but back in Wilmington, Delaware, a home of the U.S. President, Dr. Joe Biden. I talked to the DuPont Korea people about Marcia, and it was very clear that they had no interest in her. In fact, they ultimately told me that women had no place in business. And so that was a shock to me. I was not aware, I had no understanding of, at that point, any women issues, of that women had a different place in society. I quite honestly had no idea. That was what I was right around 29 years old. It took me that long to figure it out, but it was global business that allowed me to finally see it. I'm slow, I guess, but finally I saw it, and it really ticked me off that was the case. And I started to see the world and my life and what I was doing in dramatically different ways. And it transpired so that very soon after, I was running a joint venture in Japan, a DuPont joint venture, and we were struggling in the Osaka office with sales. And the smartest person in the Osaka office was a lady named Fukamachi-san, who was an office lady, an OL. And in Japan at the time, and still even today, sometimes office ladies are just thought of as secretaries, as it has historically been done around the world, and not that they could actually contribute at a higher level. And I suggested that Fukamachi-san be our salesperson, and I was told that Toyota will never buy from a woman. So that was not good news. As those of you who do business in Japan know, that sometimes you need to do the nemawashi activity, where you need to go drinking and eating and go through the process of convincing people to do something. And that's what I did. I traveled from Tokyo to Osaka 3 times. And at the third trip, they agreed they would do a test, that she would be their salesperson. And guess what? Best salesperson ever, by far. So it requires sometimes this global mindset that I received, and then now was giving to our local people so that they could understand from a bigger global perspective that these changes are possible and actually make things even better. One of the things about global, too, that I know Dr. Louisa Drescher is here speaking today, who's an expert on cross-cultural things. By understanding that cultures are different, we are a lot more sensitive to how those cultural differences impact our communication and our lives. And most people who are not exposed to global have really very little understanding of these issues. Certainly, it's easier to do this in a big country like the US, where you can just live in some place and not be exposed to international activities and come up with wrong conclusions about life and about people. So it's very important that all of you are global, but I think it's very important that all of us pull more people in to global, because they'll see through cross-cultural that there are differences, and we don't need to rank them in terms of best to worst. That's not appropriate. All we need to do is understand that we're different, but getting to that level of knowledge and getting to that level of mindfulness is very important, not just for all of us in our own lives, but all of us collectively. And finally, I would say on the global side, I'm a trade international business guy. So that's why I started Global Chamber. I believe that more people need to be doing trade. I love it. I love what it brings to my life. I love what the talking to people. I love negotiating and mediating and conversing. And you know what? When people are doing that, they're yelling at each other a lot less. And one of the things that it's an old saying by our key partner, Thunderbird School of Global Management, that borders that trade require fewer soldiers. And there's many reasons why that's true. And one of the reasons, very practical, is that when countries might be disputing with each other, one of the things that can happen are business people step up and talk to the leader and say, hey, don't start throwing bombs around here. Don't start creating problems because I have business that I need to do. And so global business is absolutely, positively one of the most critical aspects of our lives. It's sometimes pushed to the side because very few people do it, but global business and trade brings and keeps the world together. And so when we see the world fraying a bit at the edges, it's critically important that we continue to push forward and do trade because it keeps us together and it keeps us, as the title of this conversation says, global and unstoppable. So I'd like to conclude my conversation by introducing you to my two 99-year-old great-grandmother, Paula, and my grandmother, Emma. My great-grandmother, Paula, was born 165 years ago. She lived to 99 years old. She was born in Poland. She was unstoppable. She married my great-grandfather, Adolf, and he went to Chicago to be with his brothers and told her to wait in Poland. She waited over a year. And she said at some point, I'm getting out of here. So she took a boat to New York, sent him a telegram in Chicago. I'm in New York. So I love my great-grandmother, Paula. I find myself adopting her kind of in-your-face approach. She was only 4'11". I'm 6'4". I don't know how we're related, but I know we're related through her strength, her unstoppable spirit that allowed her to live her life in that way. Ultimately, in just a few years after they got married and my grandfather was born, my great-grandfather passed away. And so she ran the family. She had her own shop in Brooklyn, New York. She eventually, while climbing a cherry tree at age 99, fell out, broke her hip, and she passed away. Otherwise, she might still be among us. So, but her unstoppable spirit, I think, is a great inspiration for me, and perhaps you can tap into her spirit as well through people that you know, maybe you. The other person that I'd like to introduce you to is my grandmother, Emma, who I think more represents the global aspect. She was born in Klebrunn, Germany, outside of Stuttgart. She ended up also coming to the US because of a man, my grandfather, Joseph Brings, who was born in Cologne, Germany. They decided to come to the US during the 1930s, prior to the World War II, when things were tough. My grandfather was my mentor. My pops was someone I've always looked up to for my entire life. And quite honestly, I didn't always see my grandmother, Emma, until he passed away. And that night he passed away, I could finally see her clearly, and her strength and her professionalism and her amazingness of how much she loved me and how much she loved and impacted the world in a positive way. And I was very fortunate for just to have her be alive another 12 years after that, with Alzheimer's for a good part of it. But the next several years, I got to know her very deeply and became really understanding of her global perspective, her love, her impact on the family that I had never seen before because I was overwhelmed too much by my grandfather, who I still love, of course, but my grandmother came out of his shadow. And I think it's something that we all need to think about in terms of people that we sometimes admire. There may be some others around us that have very admirable qualities. So in final conclusion, I would say all the people here that I've talked about, and certainly in our lives, Michelle Obama, Malala, Kamala Harris, Rosa Parks, Jane Goodall, those are at the high level of leaders. There are leaders in this room, there are leaders at Global Chamber, and then there are leaders like my great-grandmother Paula and my grandmother Emma. All are inspiring, all are worthy of respect, all are catalysts for change, all are a basis for us to make an impact in the world. Let's get aligned. Let's work together. Let me know how we can help at Global Chamber. We stand ready to support women and growth around the world and a better world. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words today. Maria, thank you for your leadership and leading us here today in this discussion.
Thank you so much, Doug, for your insightful keynote address. You've spoken a lot, spoke about stereotypes. You didn't mention that directly, but I heard that from your message. The importance of having the global mindset and inviting people in, understanding and appreciating the differences. We really appreciate your words, and please feel free to connect with Doug and how you can be supported. We have a great ally here. Dr. Hala, do you want to say some words?
Well, thank you so much, Doug. It has been an inspirational talk. It just reminds us that at, the corridors of our memories, there are faces of dear people like grandmothers or mothers, or even people who are no more with us, but we still keep those memories for us just, to go back at moments of challenge. They will inspire us even if they are not with us. So I have a quote from my book, A Journey of Self-Recognition, if you allow me to say it, that even if you cease to be, you will always be there. Your words, your deeds, and the pages you left for others to read and complete. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hala. So again, welcome everyone. It's just the first part of our day 2 event. We just had a great speaker with Doug Branke from Global Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to welcome everyone broadcasting or joining us from all parts of the globe. I have here people from the US, from South Africa, from Dubai, from Peru. Welcome. It's a great pleasure to have all of you joining us today. And so moving forward, I'd like to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Nala Kazim. She will be talking about crafting fertility care in the land of opportunities. So Dr. Nala is the current Director of Fertility Preservation at Bourne Hall Mediclinic Fertility Center. She's also a consultant of reproductive medicine and infertility. She is based in the United Arab Emirates. So Dr. Nala, are you ready for us?
Yes.
Go ahead. You can turn on your video as well, Dr. Nala.
Dr. Nahla, we are so honored to have you. You are one of the women in leadership in the United Arab Emirates. And we are really very, very glad to hear your story of success to inspire other women around the world. The mic is yours.
Thank you so much. All the way. So glad to be on the powerful women, powerful and positive energy and even feel.
I'm sorry, Dr. Nahla, your voice is not hearable.
Okay, is it clear now?
That's better. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So, feeling the energy of all the powerful women and people who have joined us from all over the globe, I would say good evening from United Arab Emirates. And I'm privileged to be speaking about how I, as a tiny me, humble me, I have evolved as a physician, as expertise in whatever I'm doing. And the roots to that is passion. And the passion is inherent. So I come from a family that is known to be the first uh, physicians of UAE. The first Emirati OB gynecologist is my aunt, Dr. Zainab Kazim. And the first surgeon or physician in United Arab Emirates is my uncle. May his soul rest in peace, is Dr. Ahmed Kazim. And coming from a background that at my own house, I have my mother who was director of nursing, and my father who was part of the financial sector and having a very influential job responsibility in Dubai. So I always grew knowing that I have to be doing what is known in my family. Okay, so that's simple, right? Okay, so then it comes the time when I finish my schooling and I want to go for my education for my medicine, and here is where the land of opportunities come in. United Arab Emirates, it supported me. The UAE government supported me to study my medicine in Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College in India. Going all the way from Dubai to a small town in India was challenging. The challenge is the overall experience that how an Arab girl can stay and accommodate in another country with different culture, and food, and dialects, and language. But that was a transformative phase. Um, I finished my medicine and then came back to United Arab Emirates in 1999, and then got the opportunity to be part of the obstetrics and gynecology in one of the known government public hospitals in Abu Dhabi, Mafraq Hospital. And I was I was blessed enough even to have a mentor at that time, Professor Hans Gransel, who supported me as a female, as a woman, especially as an Emirati woman, and would always tell me that the floor is all yours. Then this is the land that you would eventually take over, and all these positive notes. I come eventually to the point that I have to do my master's, and again, the land of opportunities. United Arab Emirates, UAE government, again puts me onto the front line, supports me for my master's in reproductive biology and reproductive and developmental sciences in University of Edinburgh. And that is where another transition started having. And I believe the 2001 transition was a turning point for many in the world, because that's the time September 11 happened. And that's the same time, with that short time span, while world was going through turmoils and instability, I had my dreams. I wanted to be a physician who was looking after the reproductive health and the fertility of my people here in United Arab Emirates. And I worked with a team in University of Edinburgh at that time. They were working with the Dolly the sheep, and cloning thing was happening at that time. And with that experience, I come back finishing my master's and work again in obstetrics and gynecology. And then I'm again inherently wanting to even move forward in knowing more than what I know now. And that is reproductive health and women's health. And I saw the opportunity that while I'm working in gynec department, I noticed that we are having a lot of primary elderlies. We are having grand multiparas. Grand multiparas means that we would have above 40 or 45 and a woman who is pregnant for the 9th or 10th time. And I was excited about how, as per our culture, a man can have 4 wives, and the eldest would be taking care of the youngest wife, and eldest would be having 13 and 14, and the youngest would be with the age of one of her daughters in 20s. So I loved that support. I loved that a concept that we are all pro family. We love numbers. We love having children. And that was the time that I took further step going for my PhD in University of Edinburgh. And I was again in the land of opportunity. I would say again, I was supported by United Arab Emirates. Abu Dhabi government is in sense, whenever I would go and say that I'd like to do this, they would say, okay, yes, no questions asked. And that I felt that I am truly blessed and privileged. And this is how our government is supporting the women to go for higher studies. And it would be just us saying, I'd like to do, and they would say that, okay, your wish is granted. And from then on, by the time I finished my PhD and came back in 2010, I remember that it was the time when there were IVF centers were coming up, and there were few in United Arab Emirates since 1990. There were few centers, public and even fewer private sectors of IVF were there. And when I had to go with my degree to get the PhD registered in the Ministry of Higher Education, they asked me, how to translate the reproductive and developmental science in Arabic. That's because it's then I realized that no one else had taken by 2006 and 7. I realized no one had taken that path before me. Although they were practicing women, men into fertility and reproductive health, but taking the path of masters and PhD, no one has done that before. So I was blessed again with to be taking that path. The support of my family continued. And whatever I would do in my family, for them, it's like, well done, but keep it up. It was like, for my family, enough is never enough. No degree, no matter what you would do, it would be still, you need to aim for higher, you need to give more. And this is how my life evolved around reproductive medicine and fertility. Moving out from Abu Dhabi at that time and going to Tawam Fertility Center, that's because there was no public sector or no fertility center in Abu Dhabi at that time. In the government sector, so I had to be moved to Al Ain Tawam Fertility Center, which is the first IVF center in United Arab Emirates, and I was able to continue working there, and it was never turning back again. I moved on. I got married. My husband is very supportive. He works. He's retired now from army, and I have beautiful or lovely or handsome 4 boys. And during me evolving or during the evolution of my professional life, my personal life, I was always on the go. Again, on the go in the land of opportunity. I always felt that the whole of UAE is where I can practice. That is where actually I'm going from one emirate to another emirate to meet my relatives, my in-laws, and the professionals and the directors and whoever were in that field. I was just on the go. I never felt, thank goodness, till today tired. It's so easy, thank goodness, and so smooth for me to go all the drive, hundreds of kilometers from Al Ain to Abu Dhabi to Dubai to Sharjah to, well, it's like hundreds of kilometers to drive to go and do. Either it is the professional bit or to fulfill the at personal level, society level. So coming back to where I stand today with my passion of taking further and working as a fertility director of fertility preservation, I still see my opportunity that I see United Arab Emirates the canvas, okay, where I'm expanding my knowledge, disseminating my experience, and gathering. My team has become bigger and bigger, and see the team today is as big as global and as big as, thank goodness, with you all being part of whatever we are doing today. And in that sense, I would want to, if from my side, I would want to support the fertility and take care of the preservation of female fertility. That would be for people who are undergoing gonadotoxic treatment, cancer patients for oncology reasons. I would want to support them. And whoever would come to me, whether it is before treatment, during treatment, or after treatment, there is always a plan for that woman for fertility preservation. There is no such rule that, okay, you've undergone the oncology treatment, you've undergone the radiotherapy treatment, and it's too late for you. Never. This would never come out of me. It would be always encouraging them, empowering them with knowledge that what can be done if this has happened, what can be done if that has happened. So putting that positive feeling into the person who's going through difficult phase of their life. So I'm proud to say that I've started taking care of these patients since 2018, specifically. The land of opportunities, United Arab Emirates, opened the scope for egg freezing for married and non-married women. So since then, I'm practicing the egg freezing, and for every age group, I have something or another to give her and to support her. Coming back to where I stand and why my platform is that I come from medical background, and by the time I finished my studies, I was already in my mid-30s. By the time I got pregnant, I was already primary, advanced age, all the textbook things that you would call in medical terms. But I see here also as an opportunity. I've gone through these steps and I've realized that women and girls who are pursuing their career in medicine, it's a long path, worthwhile continuing that path, but at the same time, it's never too late to think about their fertility preservation and about egg freezing. And today, as an adjunct associate professor in UAE University, I do have students coming to me, and I train them in the clinic. But at the same time, I empower them with all the knowledge so that they can take their decisions regarding fertility preservation. So, education, empowerment of knowledge, and continuing your passion and having a fruitful platform, land of opportunities, United Arab Emirates, all work magic for me. And this is where I would like to end my talk today. Thank you very much for listening to me. And it's great to hear and be with you all, supporting me, hearing me, and listening to you also lifts up the spirit. And thank you. Well done to you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nala, for that very insightful talk again, sharing your experience and how you were empowered. So we really need the support of people who has the power, who has the privilege to be able to, reach our full potential as women. So thank you for that. Moving on, we'd like to again welcome everyone for this to this Day 2 event. People from joining us from all over the globe, welcome. And so right now, I'd like to call in one of our speaker from yesterday to introduce the next speakers for today. So I'd like to call in Dr. Cornelia Cowan. She is from Switzerland. Dr. Cornelia, is that correct? And she's an energy strategist, a board member, and international speaker. To introduce our next round of speakers, welcome, Dr. Cornelia.
Thank you, Maria, for this kind introduction. And yes, greetings from Switzerland. And it's my pleasure for this roundtable to introduce our really exciting next speaker, Dr. Lucia Drescher, who is the president and CEO of the Master in Cultural Differences. She has over 20 years experiences in the area of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and cultural competence development. Her expertise in global and domestic diversity has led to numerous publications, international speaking invitations, and training opportunities on numerous institutions of higher education. So I think we are really kind of honored to have Dr. Lucia here, and I'm really curious what she's sharing with us when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Dr. Lucia, the microphone and everything is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Cornelia. Let me make sure my slides are showing. Can you see that okay?
Yes, perfect.
Thank you. Well, in the early 1900s, one woman dared to defy the boundaries imposed upon her by society. That woman was Cecilia Payne, a British-American astronomer and astrophysicist who had the courage and determination to embark on a journey that would not only shape her own destiny, but also rewrite our understanding of the universe. Born in a time when opportunities for women were rare, trying to see if my slides working here. Cecilia faced an uphill battle from the start. But in 1919, she received a scholarship to the University of Cambridge, which allowed her to study what she really wanted, which was science. Despite finishing her studies, she was never awarded a degree. Imagine that. And that's because Cambridge did not grant degrees to women until 1948. So Cecilia soon realized that her only career option in the UK was to become a teacher. So she started seeking opportunities beyond the confines of her homeland. That is when she learned that a graduate program in astronomy had just been established at the Harvard College Observatory. So in 1923, she left behind the familiar shores of England and, bound for the promising horizon of the United States. At Harvard, Cecilia shattered ceilings and defied all expectations by becoming the first person to earn a PhD in astronomy. Her dissertation was hailed at the time as the most brilliant PhD dissertation ever written in astronomy. Not only did Cecilia discover what the universe is made of, she also discovered what the sun is made of. Yet, despite her groundbreaking discoveries, Cecilia was never given credit for her discoveries. In fact, Harry Norris Russell, a fellow astronomer, was the one who often received credit for her discoveries. Cecilia died in 1979. Her newspaper obituaries mentioned nothing about her discoveries. Now, think about this for a moment. Every high school student around the world learns that Isaac Newton discovered gravity, Charles Darwin discovered evolution, and Albert Einstein discovered the relativity of time. Cecilia Payne should be part of the same curriculum. She was a pioneer who shattered the barriers of gender in science. But when it comes to the composition of our universe, textbooks simply say that the most abundant atom in the universe is hydrogen. There is no mention of how we know that. Why? Did her sex have anything to do with it? Dr. Cornelia, do you have my slides? I'm not able to advance them. Let me stop share.
I have them here, but and I can try to share in the background while you continue speaking, right?
Let me see if it will, if I might coming back again, it will work. It worked before when we tested it.
Okay, but it's not moving here, right?
I know.
Okay, so why don't you continue and I try, and you stop sharing and I try to share in between.
Okay, should I stop sharing?
Yes, otherwise I can't try.
I'll make you a host, Cornelia. Hold on.
Okay, so I try to open them.
We tested it and it worked. Unbelievable. So moving on. We're all gathered here to talk about ways to empower women and to break barriers they still face and ultimately to inspire change. Unfortunately, one of the many barriers that women still face has to do with bias. So I'm going to spend a couple of minutes helping you understand bias. I'll share a couple of different types of bias and how they impact women, especially in the workplace. And I'll leave you with a few strategies to combat bias in the workplace. And please understand that this is part of a 2-hour workshop that I teach. So I'll be barely scratching the surface here. But first, let's define bias. A bias is an assumption or an opinion about an individual simply based on that person's membership in a particular group. Most of these judgments, these beliefs, these implicit associations are done unconsciously. In other words, we are not aware we are making them, hence the name unconscious bias. And this is a problem because how can we address something that we are not even aware it's happening? That we are not even seeing it. For example, go back for a second. Go back to the first one. Yes.
Okay.
The next one, please.
Okay, this one?
No, this one. Stop. Yeah, that one. So if I were to ask you, what do you see? Unfortunately, we don't have time to go through this activity. But if I were to ask you, what do you see? I guarantee you the most of you would say you see a green chameleon. In the many years that I have conducted this workshop, I have never had anyone tell me that they saw, next one please, the two women. And that is because our biases prevent us from seeing what's really in front of us. In other words, reality, which can in turn prevent us from being fair and equitable. For example, hiring managers may bypass an Asian American for a leadership position because of their association of Asians with technical skills rather than leadership skills. And please understand that we all fall into bias traps. All of us can either consciously or unconsciously behave in ways that advantage or disadvantage others. Can we get rid of our implicit associations? Psychologists say no. It is part of the way our brain functions. All the more reason for us to become aware of our biases, because biases have real life consequences. Before I share with you a few types of bias, I want you to understand that all individuals can be impacted by bias. It could be because of gender, race, sexual orientation, age, religion, and many other aspects of our identity. There are many types of bias, but for this program, I will cover just a few of them. And the first one is attribution bias. Next, please. Attribution bias is the tendency to give certain groups less credit for their accomplishments. This is exactly what happened to Cecilia Payne. That's why I wanted to share her story. Because of our tendency to see women or other marginalized groups as less competent, we tend not to recognize the work they do. In fact, research shows that even when women and men work on projects together, women often get less credit for the success of the project. The impact of attribution bias on women is the fact that, they start underestimating their own performance. They may stop contributing to projects and even, think that they are not ready for a promotion on the job. Now, another type of bias is performance bias. Performance bias is based on deep-rooted and incorrect assumptions about a group's ability. In other words, we tend to underestimate the performance of certain groups. Women often have their performance underestimated, and as a result, they must accomplish more to prove they are as competent as men. In fact, research has shown that women tend to be hired based on past accomplishments. In other words, they must prove they have the right skills for the job, while men are often hired on future potential. It is assumed they already have the skills needed for the job. Needless to say, performance bias often leads to missed opportunities and lower performance ratings for women, which can have a huge impact on career progression. So far we talked about attribution bias and performance bias. Now let's talk about affinity bias. Affinity bias is the result of our tendency to gravitate toward people like us, people who look like us, who believe like us, have the same background that we do. And we also tend to avoid those who do not look, think, or behave like us. This is how affinity bias plays out in the workplace. Research has shown that mentors tend to be attracted to mentees who remind them of themselves. Hiring managers tend to spend more time interviewing people who are like them and less time getting to know people who are different. They are also more likely to give people like them a more favorable evaluation. And here's the very disturbing impact of affinity bias. Because men hold more positions of power, they are more likely to hire other men. Affinity bias has a particularly negative effect on women. The result of affinity bias is that women end up being overlooked and even given fewer opportunities to advance. Now let's talk about maternal bias. There is nothing like motherhood to trigger the false assumptions that women are less committed to their careers than men. As a result, mothers and even women at childbearing age are given fewer opportunities. In other words, employers fall into the trap of thinking that mothers do not want challenging assignments or to go on a big work trip, for example. While this may be true for some, it is not true for all. In fact, when my children were young, I had the opportunity to work for a few months in Ukraine. However, I was not offered that assignment at first. I had to fight for it. Research shows that maternal bias is the strongest type of gender bias. In fact, research shows that when hiring managers know a woman has young children because of something that appears on the resume or it comes up during the interview, she's 79% less likely to be hired. And if they are hired, they are usually offered an average of $11,000 less in salary. Think about that. Now let's talk about some ways to combat unconscious bias in the workplace. First, we need to recognize that as human beings, our brains make mistakes without us even knowing it. We are all biased, and becoming aware of our biases will help us mitigate their impact in the workplace. Number two, we need to reframe the conversation so we can focus on breaking barriers for women and other marginalized groups as well. It is all about providing equal opportunity and fair treatment. Number three, review every aspect of the employment cycle for hidden biases. And that includes the way you screen resumes, the way you conduct interviews, the way you assign projects, your mentoring programs, your performance evaluations, and all other aspects of the workplace. Four, I encourage all my clients to do this. Initiate a resume study to see whether resumes will with roughly equivalent education and experience are weighted equally when the names are obviously gender, race, or culturally distinct. Another possibility is to adopt the blind resume approach, There's plenty of research showing that this works really well. Number 5, encourage activities that portray positive women images of women, people of color, and LGBTQ plus individuals. Many studies show that the mere positive image of specific groups of people, help us combat our hidden bias. 6, have clearly articulated hiring and review criteria. If you do not, hiring managers will have to rely on gut feeling or unconscious biases. Objectivity is the key here. And last, ensure that all individuals, at least those serving on hiring committees, go through anti-bias training. I have some resources for you. Do you have the last slide, Dr. Cornelia?
Sure.
Okay. If you would like a copy of the handouts, use the cream-colored, QR code. And the blue one is for an article that I wrote talking about the impact of biases and how biases keep diversity out. If the QR codes don't work, just email me. You see my email on the screen, and I'll gladly send you that information. I want to finish this presentation with these last thoughts. Unconscious biases have a profound effect on the lives of women and other marginalized groups, and they have real life consequences. If you were here yesterday, you heard Indira share the disparities women all over the world still face. We get paid less, we have to work twice as hard to prove our competence. So knowing the bias exists is not enough. We all need to take the responsibility to spot them and counteract them. We need to address them if we want to break barriers and create equal opportunity for women. I shared with you 7 strategies that you can use. I encourage you to think of at least one thing you can do to help combat bias in your workplace. Finally, I want to thank the organizers for this great opportunity, thank my fellow panelists, and especially you, Dr. Cornelia, for your support today. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, my pleasure. Thank you so much for this really interesting presentation. So, I think bias is a very important topic because it's so unconscious, and it's very good to be aware of it and be more sensibilized on it. Thank you so much for sharing.
You're welcome.
So I think we move on to our next speaker. And I think we all know that education can change the world. And I think education is really essential. And so I'm very happy to introduce our next speaker, is Gavin McCormack, and he's a very influential educator. He's a Montessori Australia ambassador, a TEDx speaker, and the author of the bestseller, The Potential in Every Child. So I think Gavin is not live here, but we do have a recording. So,
yes, Dr. Cornelia, can you please make me a host back again? Because I couldn't share. So if you look at my name under panelists, you can see 3 dots. You can see 3 dots there, and then just click make host.
On the panelist.
While you're doing this, I would like just to mention one point. Dr. Louisa said that it is we are biased, based on our subconscious. So it means that we were brought up in a way that we have this, in us, in our subconscious. So that brings me to the idea, to the fact that women themselves are the mothers. So if women have the self-awareness, and if they can, just bring up their children in a way in which they, let's say, not be judgmental of other people, I think this will help in easing the way for the future generation. So again, as women, we share the responsibility of raising the future generation and, of decreasing this level of bias that Dr. Louisa mentioned. Yeah, back to you,
Dr. Hala.
Yeah, back to you, Maria. Are you going to just make the recording?
Yes, I will share now Gavin's video. Just give me a second here. And you can all see the videos. Good.
Excuse me.
There's no sound. There's no sound. We can't hear. Maria, I don't think that people hear the video. I don't hear it.
Yeah, Maria, I think we need to stop the video.
Hold on.
Yeah, maybe
Not
we can
hear the video.
No, I just checked in the chat. No, other people are writing the same. I was checking first on my side, but others are here, don't hear it.
Yes, we are unable to hear.
Sorry about that. Just give me 1 second again. I'll stop share.
So I've known, let me give you an idea about Kevin. I've known Kevin for since the year 2020 during COVID-19. He joined us on another virtual conference then, and we came to know the noble person he is. Kevin, during he works in Australia, as a school principal, but celebrating his birthday, he just went to Nepal and built 2 schools there in the remote areas in the mountains of Nepal. And he took it on himself to go back there whenever he had a holiday, to support the teachers there, not only to build the schools, to invite the students, to provide them with the stationery even, but also to give training for the teachers there. And he continues to do this. And unluckily, he wasn't able to join us today because of the time, difference. So yes, a big salute to Kevin and all the other people who devote most of their time to voluntary work. Yes, Maria, are you able to?
Yes, I'm almost there. I'm just having a hard time sharing the sound. Hold on, because it was working earlier, but I couldn't make it, like I couldn't share the sound. I couldn't click on the sound on my computer. So, okay. So the wonders of technology, eh?
Ladies,
Yeah.
with us now. May I ask you a very, very nice question that I usually ask for my trainees in my session? Now, talking about destination and the journey, in your opinion, which is more important, reaching your destination or enjoying the journey, or both?
Whom are you asking? Sorry.
Anyone who would like to just to answer while just to spend the time while
Okay. I can share. I can share because I think
the video. Yeah.
yes, I understand. I think in a way, of course, you always want to reach the goal, but I think in general, it's not about reaching the goal. It's more about the person you're becoming, because in a way, you need to become that person that can hold this goal, right? Or energetically, and also who is able to make it happen. And I think it's more about this journey to become this person that kind of is reaching the goal. And then I think that is such a gift then, that you're different and you know you can do it, that the goal itself probably doesn't matter that much. It's more about your personal development. But that's my own experience and opinion.
Right? It's the journey. So it's the journey for Dr. Carmela. And Dara, is it the journey or the destination? Or both?
Dr. Cornelia mentioned beautifully all important elements, but I think it's a duality of both, because the journey together with the destination, you have to have a vision, you have to have a purpose, you have to embody that what you really can align with your values in your life, and what drives you all your life. The passion when you stand up in the morning, and what is that? What gives you energy? Dr. Cornelia mentioned, the energy that is moving us every day. So every morning when we wake up, there is something that moves us, and that is knowing our values, connecting to our values, the values that drives us, the days when we have challenges, when we have setbacks. But those are the days, not that we have to lose our courage. Those are the days that really, really strengthened our resilience and enable us to grow. And from those days and from those experiences when we are growing, we are really, really enjoying our trip, because this is extremely beautiful discovery of ourself, diving within and finding new values and new powers that enable us any other step and any other challenges on our way. So I think never lose out of your side the final destination, but you have to enjoy every step on your journey, and you have to embrace every challenge and every effort that you make, because every challenge and every effort you make is something that make you ready for your journey.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Maria, back to you. Is it okay now for
Yes,
you?
I'm having some technical issues with my on my end and my computer, so I couldn't really click the share sound. But we'll move forward. We have our next speaker ready, so I'm gonna introduce her first, and if you can let me know How do you want to pronounce your name? Is it Hajar, Hajar? So please let me know. Hajar, perfect. Okay, so our next speaker, so she will be talking about why our future depends on cross-boundary collaboration with AI. Hajar El Hadao. Sorry, Hajar, if I pronounce your last name wrongly, but she's the chief executive officer and member of the executive board at Circular Economy Company Limited, and has been with the IT industry for over 20 years. Hajar is also a leader in global sustainability practice and works with companies as well as stakeholders on regulatory and political issues related to the energy transition, water, and the circular economy. A proven executive with global experience, client leader, and a change agent, she has been appointed as vice chair of the board of the United Nations Global Compact. Let's all welcome Hajar.
Thank you, Maria, and happy Women's Day. I would like to thank also Dr. Hala and Hani for hosting this amazing event, and it was a pleasure to be with you during those 2 days. Yeah, I will start sharing my screen, if I may. Yeah, here we go. Can you see my screen?
Yes, yeah.
Excellent. Great. So thank you all for your for being here, and I'm really glad to share with you some insight about why our future depends on cross-boundary collaboration with AI. But first, let me share with you what are the global driver for disruptive technology coming to the surface. And the first of all is the digital business transformation that we all stepping stone in our enterprise/organization. The second one is the cybersecurity and risk while scaling an evolving threat of environment. And then we have the ecosystem-based innovation since COVID-19 what was there. We had really to work, or we discovered that the ecosystem and the global ecosystem is really critical and important to innovate. The global supply chain, and we're focusing on multi-source and resilience, and also the economic instability where we see more and more inflation and recession, but also the disruption that is accelerating the network and the interconnection of uncertainty. So what are the key technology in the market for 2024? I put it in a roadmap that is a bit clear also in terms of timing, in now plus 1 year and until 3 years. We see that what is important for organizations today is to create a secure foundation to maximize value from the data, but also to protect and grow their brand. And one of the critical and priority point is to attract and retain talent, but also grow their revenue and accelerate digital. And when we see here in the map, one of the actual highest priority and trend or top strategic technologies, the sustainable technology. And we see the AI also very present in the roadmap from now on to 1 year. Wireless value, industry cloud platform, or we see also from a sustainable technology perspective, people or organization are working to migrate to the public cloud. Digital immune system, platform engineering, super apps are actually, and in the next 2 years, very present. Adaptive AI, again, like the AI and applied observability, but also the metaverse. I think many of you heard of us, and Cornelia also did a very amazing event, I think 1 year ago, with a very interesting metaverse event, which was live. So This is really one of the actual strategic technology that is happening today. What are the key prediction for generative AI? So we see here that data are produced from AI will increase, and generative AI will account from now on 10% of all data produced. We all know that 90% of the data have been produced in the last 2 years, and now 10% of those data will be produced by generative AI. Synthetic data to reduce volume of real data, which is very critical. Synthetic data is the data that are not real, but done by, for example, algorithm and so on. And one of the very challenging trend, but key prediction at the same time, is that drug discovery will be using AI in the future, and more than 30% versus 0 today. Marketing content generation will be also produced by 30% of generated AI. Watermaking in terms of copyright. So we see that the European Union will pass legislation in this year for the mandate of watermaking. And AI in terms of art will be also a hybrid segment. But we will see also a new major innovation ecosystem by China, where VC investment into generative AI will match the US, resulting into two major innovation ecosystem, and not just one, as we do have only the US actually. The other key point that I want to share with you is also that 60% of the generative AI will automate 60% of the design effort in terms of website and mobile apps. We see here very high importance in terms of enhancing design process for website and mobile apps, but also image and videos quality and the development of testing. So AI will augment the development of testing by 30%. So we have seen the key driver, shared also the trends, but what are the dilemma? So in terms of negative use of generative AI and deep fakes also that we are experiencing actually from a hack powered by generative AI, poisoning of external data set with a synthetic AI created by artificial intelligence, and also shaping the model on data. We have seen the deep fake are also used in videos to create misleading information, as the Barack Obama video on Queen Elizabeth with alternative Christmas message. And then we see also job disruption, use of a large transformer model to generate software code, potentially also disrupting the job of programmer, and also undue of influence, what is using of deepfakes to circumvent the natural evolution of political and social discourse to native. And here we see also the South Korean television channel MBN podcast that have a deep fake on its news anchor Kim Cho-hae reading the news herself. So as there is a positive impact of AI, there is also a negative one and dilemma that are faced by the user and also the consumer. Another dilemma is that the output will get stale without human replenishment, means that we, unless the human continue to create original material that is fed into a neural network to refresh them. So pool of inspiration will become stagnant, but also generative AI hold up a mirror in terms of the roots cause of the problem is that also the humans created content, not just the AI itself, but human created content used to train neural network and to emulate its biases. And we see that in the hiring process today in terms of selecting CVs and so on and so forth. this has been trained by human and not the AI, and therefore we see more and more bias and stereotype in the hiring process in many organizations and many platforms that are used or outsourced by the organization, which impact also women. Apart from the common use cases across vertical, generative AI also offer vertical specific application area. And in manufacturing, in film and media, as I shared, in the pharma industry, legal firm and architectural firm, but also in the gaming. But I will pause on the pharma industry, while drug discovery and the medical industry use generative AI to identify promising drug candidates more efficiently. And I will talk about that point later on the next slide. So why I'm talking about that, because we need really to raise awareness and to pick the sense of urgency on that one in terms of the healthcare space, because we need an equitable representation for women, and that will determine also the safety and the effectiveness and the tolerance of drug for all consumers. We have seen more and more issues in terms of development of drug. Why? Because the women are not involved in phase 1 trials and even phase 2. And that's really critical and leads to many diseases, but also death. And I will share here with you a macroeconomic and business key nuggets where we see the key challenges here is the health equity in pharmaceutical research. We see inflation, geopolitical tension, and rising healthcare costs. But this is really important to raise in this very important day where we are celebrating Women's Day. And when women are not healthy, they cannot deliver. They cannot be leading the way. And this is really the foundation of everything. So while using the AI, or while trends are appearing and mega trends of technology are appearing, we need to be aware that women needs to be a part of this future or this mega trend, to be able to tackle them in different verticals, not just the manufacturing or the legacy or from a business point, but also the healthcare is really important. And we see here that 74% of global debt, or 41 million people, each responsible for 3 in every 4 deaths among women each year because of non-communicable disease, or because we don't have a health equity in pharmaceutical research. And that's really critical. So we always say STEM, we need women in STEM, we need women in technology, we need women in leadership, but we need also women in the healthcare sector, in science, and we need to push women also to be a part of this pharmaceutical trials, and specifically in phase 1 where the development is there. Talking about AI means also talking about tech for good, and sustainable technology actually is more critical than ever. So we have performance metric that will be settled in next year. In 50% of CIOs will have performance metric on sustainability in every organization. And what are the key components of sustainable technology, and what is the part of AI? There is 3 mainstream. The sustainable IT, which is from an environmental and the social perspective critical. The tech enabled enterprise sustainability, which is related to environmental technology that mitigate and adapt risk in natural world, but also the tech-enabled customer sustainability that is related to governance, identity, privacy, risk, and compliance. And very important point is that there is no sustainability, no ESG, no circular economy without digital. Both are the best allies to make this tech for good and to enable sustainability framework and ESG impact. And that's important to know. But what are the technology or the use of technology for business performance, but also competitive edge, is the AI and NLP to predict climate impact. What we see is that there is more and more importance and influence of technology, but how we measure the sustainability strategy and impact in every organization is with data. And data needs automation to reduce resources and activities, and need also advanced analytic to have a real-time performance analysis, and then to have them in the cloud to transform process and enable remote work. To close that, what is now, after knowing what are the mega trend, what is the key trend for the next year in AI, and what are the challenges and dilemma, what are the strategic priority, is first to fully use a virtual workspace to drive metaverse. Talent retention over acquisition is really important, but also the use of AI in talent retention and acquisition is a high strategic priority. Pay gap remediation to fight talent also shortage. We see more and more companies today using their AI and data to really tackle, and specifically the Fortune 500 and multinationals, to remediate the gender pay gap, but also the employee well-being, where many of the organizations today are using also training via AI, but also survey to really tackle the employee well-being. And AI, the biggest question is that is consuming more energy or enabling sustainability by creating new product, services, and design, and data analytic to have a more sustainable world. To close that, women in tech, pioneering global harmony. Yes, our work is not complete. We simply cannot rest, specifically when we hear that 74% of women can die if we don't have them in a phase 1 trial, and specifically where we don't have enough women in tech and women in STEM. So it's still a vital in the world to reach this sustainable development by women also. And the recent year saw that much has been done, and inspire women and girls done in universities, in school, but still women continue to be excluded from participating fully according to the last United Nations report. So the job to be done need to be continued, and all hands on deck to pioneer global harmony in all stages and all verticals and all domain. And happy Women's Day to all the women listening to us, but all the women over the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Hajar.
Yeah, it was really.
That's a very go ahead, Dr. Helen.
See you.
It was really amazing. Thank you so much for being with us. And
Pleasure.
we
Thank you so much,
need,
Dr.
of course, to hear more on this, but we are short of time, luckily. So hope to host you again in other webinars. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And
Maria. Back to
yes,
you,
thanks so
Maria.
much, Dr. Helen, Hajar. Yeah, rich information. I like the trends. I like. Yeah, I was just saying that, she showed us the trends, the challenges, all very insightful information, especially for leaders who are watching or who will be watching this, the recording of this event. So moving on, we would like to call in our next speaker before we try to show Gavin's video. Siobhan is here right now, and I'm honored to introduce her to this event. Siobhan Harris Holyfield. She will be speaking about Global Collaboration for Change, Uniting Efforts for Gender Equity. Presenting today as the ambassador for the Institute for Advanced Studies and Cooperation, Siobhan Harris Holyfield brings her extensive experience as a lawyer for 29 years, currently serving as a partner at Lewis Rice LLC, While specializing in complex commercial litigation, Siobhan also dedicates her time to advocating for children in foster care who have experienced abuse and neglect. Beyond her legal career, Siobhan's philanthropic efforts showcase her generous spirit, including her involvement in charitable initiatives like the Catwalk Fur Baby fundraising during the New York Fashion Week in 2023. She is also a member of the Gateway chapters of the Links Incorporated, focusing on building a positive and culturally diverse society, and has previously served on the board of Covenant House, a homeless shelter for teens, young adults for 7 years. So welcome, Siobhan. Yeah, you're still muted, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. I have to apologize because I'm actually in court today due to a trial, so I do not have my PowerPoint, but we will make do. I am deeply honored to be among such distinguished individuals on this panel. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the London Intercultural Center for extending this invitation to me to speak today, representing the Institute for Advanced Studies and Cooperation as its ambassador. So as you already heard, I've been an attorney for about 29 years. I am a mother and a grandmother. My daughter is 35 and my grandchildren are 17, 12, and 4 years of age. And I guess I'm still a newlywed. 2 years ago, I married Evander Holyfield, the only 4-time heavyweight boxing champion of the world. So again, I'm speaking from a tiny little conference room in one of our courts here. So the judge was kind enough to give me a little bit of a break so that I could still present today. All right, so today I would like to speak with you about a pressing issue that affects women globally. It's period poverty. It's the silent crisis of a gender-specific challenge that demands collaborative action for change. But before we delve into the broader context, I'm going to share my personal story. So after graduating from high school many years ago, I moved out of my parents' home and moved to Los Angeles, California to attend college. I supported myself by working 2 and sometimes 3 jobs to pay for tuition, books, my apartment, and other living expenses. During my 3rd year of college, I found myself pregnant with my daughter. But over the next couple of years or so, I went through some very difficult times. It was a constant financial struggle to provide for myself and my daughter while in college and law school. And there were many times that I had to simply walk past those aisles in the store containing sanitary supplies because I knew my choices were 1, purchase what I considered was very expensive menstrual products, or 2, use toilet tissue for 2, 3, 4 days in order to save money to buy formula, diapers, and pay for daycare. So in the last 10 years, I learned that this type of poverty that I experienced, the lack of financial resources to purchase menstrual supplies, has a name. It is also known as period or menstrual poverty, and it is more pervasive than many of us realize. So let's consider some staggering statistics. According to the World Bank, as many as 500 million women worldwide lack access to affordable, basic menstrual products and hygienic bathroom facilities. They also lack products for personal care, such as soap and clean water. So in the United States alone, there's a significant portion of women living in poverty, struggling to afford menstrual products. College students are similarly affected. In fact, in the United States in 2021, there were 10% of college students each month who were unable to afford menstrual products. And there was about 2/3 of 16.9 million women living in poverty that had similar financial struggles. A few more statistics according to the World Bank. Algeria has the least affordable sanitary supplies, where almost 15% of monthly income is spent for their purchase. And in Nigeria, Zimbabwe, and Ghana, about 9 to 10% of monthly income is spent on menstrual supplies. Now, even more shocking, women in impoverished areas resort to unsanitary alternatives during menstruation. They use leaves, feathers, mud, rags, and even cow dung. And sadly, some women and girls simply resort to trading sex for products. So, what is period poverty and who does it affect? Period poverty is defined as a lack of access to menstrual products, hygienic facilities, waste management, and education. It affects women across the globe and transcends borders and cultures, but it disproportionately affects those in the middle to low socioeconomic class. So we ask ourselves, what is the effect upon period poverty on women? Well, its consequences are severe, leading to health risks, missed educational opportunities, and hindered workforce participation, thereby perpetuating a cycle of disadvantage and infecting the mental well-being of women. So let's touch on a few of the health risks. We've already mentioned some of the unsanitary alternatives that women in the impoverished areas might use in place of sanitary products. Those health risks are obvious: infections, infertility, birth complications. But prolonged use of the same product, for example, a pad or a tampon, can lead to the very same health risks. And unbeknownst to me, during my financial struggles in law school and college, toilet tissue is not a sanitary substitute. The hygienic and disinfection standard of toilet paper is much, much lower than menstrual sanitary products. One last point on health risks. So there are still some women who risk becoming anemic by reducing their food intake to manage their flow of menstruation. So moving on to missed educational opportunities. I'm going to give you a few statistics from UNICEF. In low-income countries, half of the schools lack adequate water, sanitation, and hygiene services. And many studies argue that inadequate sanitary facilities affect girls' experiences at school, causing them to miss classes during their menstruation or even drop out. A meta-analysis on the status of menstrual hygiene among adolescent girls in India found that a quarter of the girls did not attend school during their menstruation because of the lack of adequate toilets, just basic toilets. Now in South Sudan, 57% of surveyed adolescent girls reported staying home during menstruation because of the lack of a private changing room in the schools. And then a study in Kenya found that 95% of menstruating girls missed 1 to 3 days of school. 70% reported a negative impact on their grades, and more than 50% reported falling behind in school because of their menstruation. So, considering this significant impact on women, how can we take action to eradicate period poverty? So there are several ways we can contribute to eradicating period poverty, but today, for the sake of time, and I'm going to have to go back to my trial, we will touch on 3: education, advocacy, and community support. So education, it is at the heart of the solution to period poverty. Education not only empowers individuals with knowledge, but also breaks down societal taboos and misconceptions surrounding menstruation. And by providing comprehensive menstrual health education, we can empower women and girls to manage their periods safely and hygienically. Education can empower women to demand their rights to menstrual health and advocate for the resources and support that they need to manage their periods with dignity. Now, when girls are forced to miss school due to the lack of access to menstrual hygiene products or sanitation facilities, they are denied their basic right to education. And unfortunately, they are the ones that are more likely to drop out altogether. By ensuring that girls have access to menstrual hygiene products and facilities, we can keep them in school longer, improve their academic performance, and ultimately increase their opportunities for higher education and economic dependence. So number 2, advocacy. Advocacy is crucial in tackling menstrual poverty. We must advocate for gender equality and policies that ensure access to menstrual products and education. Now, this can be achieved through public campaigns, lobbying the government, and partnering with civil society organizations and healthcare providers to ensure that marginalized groups, including low-income individuals, refugees, and even people with disabilities, have equitable access to menstrual products and education. We also must advocate to challenge the norms and beliefs that perpetuate menstrual stigma and discrimination. We must work towards creating inclusive and supportive environments where menstruation is seen as a natural and normal part of life and not something to be ashamed of or hidden away. Addressing menstrual poverty is not a matter of charity. We must advocate for justice and equality. And finally, number 3, community support. We must work to encourage and enhance community support. Community support is essential to the eradication of period poverty in several ways. First and foremost, it raises awareness. By starting conversations and educating others about menstrual poverty, we can challenge the stigma and silence the surrounding menstruation. When communities are informed, they better understand the magnitude of the issue and the urgency of finding solutions. Community support also fosters collaboration. When individuals, organizations, and governments work together, we can pool our resources and expertise to create a lasting change. Whether it's through donation drives, campaigns, or policy initiatives, collective action expands our impact and ensures that no one is left behind. Now, in closing, addressing period poverty requires global collaboration and concerted efforts for gender equity. As individuals, as communities, and as a society, we have a responsibility to stand up for gender equality and menstrual equity. We must amplify the voices of those affected by menstrual poverty, advocate for change at all levels, and work towards a world where no one has to choose between their dignity and their basic needs. Now, as you can probably tell, this is something I'm very passionate about, given my own personal experience. One of the organizations, which was mentioned earlier about, which I'm involved, the Gateway chapter of the Links Incorporated, is working with Uganda in their efforts to provide schools with menstrual products for the girls. So as I close, as a call to action, I urge you and encourage you to join forces with governmental and professional organizations in your communities and work to eradicate period poverty, empower women, and advance gender equity to afford women and girls these very basic rights to dignity. Thank you, and happy Women's Day to all.
Thank you so
much.
You were amazing, and you shed light on 2 very important issues, the social responsibility and also the voluntary role that we should all keep in mind in our communities and globally. Thank you so much. Back to you, our dear host, Maria, and let's listen to you, who is our next amazing speaker.
Yes, thank you so much again, Siobhan, for sharing your story. Very powerful story again, inspiring, and the call to action is really just very moving. Really have to do something when it comes to the basic necessities of women. So we will be moving forward with our next speaker, and I really appreciate the patience of our speakers right now and also of our attendees because we're very behind. Next speaker will be talking about balancing the scales, strategies for gender equality and equity. And our next speaker is Alice Bromer. She is the founder of Empowering Success, a team that specializes in developing resilience, leadership, and high performance. Alice, I'm not sure if I said your last name correctly, but just correct me if it's not correct. Alice and her team work with CEOs, founders, and C-suite teams across the globe, supporting them as they bring purpose, productivity, and profitability to the fore. Alice has worked and run teams in high percentage male arenas all of her life and is here to share a few thoughts on how we can all create and evolve a more egalitarian, diverse, and inclusive workplace and life. Welcome, Alice.
Thank you so much. And what an amazing set of speakers. And thank you to Dr. Hala and Maria and to all of the team for including me in this amazing day. So I guess not wanting to give you loads more slides, but there's so much wonderful protein-rich content to be able to enjoy. I thought for our multinational community, slides also can sometimes help people have something to read and see. So given the fact that we're exploring equality and equity, that's one of the reasons I put some slides together. Now, notwithstanding the fact that these are all boys in the picture, but that probably says it all about why we're having today. It's just a very quick one about what's the difference between equality and equity. So when you're looking at equality, we're looking for everything to be the same. And yet sometimes different people need different help. And that really is where equity comes in. And so I love this picture and it stayed with me for years because it really helps delineate the difference. So equality is giving something the same to everybody. Equity is helping give what somebody needs to help them have the outcome that they all want to have together. So that idea of the boys being able to see the football together. Who am I and why on earth am I able to speak about this? I guess thank you so much for the intro, Maria. And just very briefly, as I've spent much of my life working around the globe. I was in the army for 20 years. My pro bono side is supporting the world's first female anti-poaching unit in South Africa. And one of the things I love the most is being dropped into a whole new country, whole new arena, having to find my feet and working with different cultures, different age groups, and different individuals. So all the pieces we've been discussing today of things like dealing with menstruation, the workplace, what's happening for you both in a personal and professional arena is very much my home turf. And these are some of the wonderful ladies we've worked with over the years, as far as the members at the bottom, also working at one stage with some of the Nobel Peace Laureates. And this is Lema Gabawi, and when they were trying to stop the civil war in Liberia a few years ago, and they had all the ladies sit down on the road to Parliament and say, we just want to have peace. And so my invitation to you is that equality and equity can actually look very different in very different scenarios. The key thing here is looking at our own mind of what is the lens in which we're looking at different activities, the way we set up businesses, the way we set up teams, the way we approach things in our own world. And the beautiful orca on the left-hand side, that's where I do a lot of my own thinking and exploration, is thinking, how does nature do it? I'm a real firm believer in finding role models. And for me, nature often provides a very different style of finding role models, because how is it working with all those different species, all living side by side, all needing different things? And that's a little bit like us across the planet. And then just briefly, is my old beautiful boss down the bottom there, Queen Elizabeth, when she was still alive, who led so much, I think, for UK at least, trying to understand how do we work with a lady at the helm and with many different nations under her care. And so the equality and equity part is really important, I think, in every part of our day-to-day lives. And what does good look like? I think quite often we can explore, you know, oh, we don't like this and we don't like that and we don't like the other. But part of it is also, if we have a vision, and I would invite you to explore what's your vision of fantastic, what's your view of amazing look like. This for me is a picture I've used for years because it just has a little bit of something from everywhere. And that for me is the epitome of equality and equity, is that you can walk down the street anywhere in the world, if it even has a street, and be able to feel at one with who is around you. You could walk into any workplace and feel at ease that this is a place where your skills, your acumen, your brilliance is going to come to the fore. And you could walk into any social environment and feel engaged, wanted, included. And that's when we all bring, I hope, our brilliance is when we feel at our best, when our minds, the creativeness can be allowed to flow without fear. So just why does it matter? A few stats. I'm not going to labor on these, but whilst researching for today, I came across and I thought, this is really interesting because often we don't celebrate what is working. The idea that many ladies like myself work for ourselves. I think a lot of the ladies today work for ourselves or have chosen the careers. And often we're then really happy in them. We want to show passion and development, but that's not the same for everybody. And also getting into leadership can be quite hard because you're having to battle through other people's biases. And things like, how are STEM initiatives kicking in? Are ladies staying inside their careers for long enough to get to those leadership and managerial positions? And if we've got 72% of women having work-life issues and conflict, that's a significant proportion for any business to be dealing with. So relatively, that also infers to me, and from what I see when we do our coaching with the companies that we work with and the individuals that we work with, systemic change is needed to enable parity across the workforce. And what do I mean by that? Means that, so for example, any age or any individual can go into a different arena and know they can excel, and that their skills will be utilized for a specific role. And that similarly, if you've got, for example, a family, both parents can know they can have a strong career should they choose. And that's very hard in the construct at the moment. So I was asked for strategy. So here's a few, just going to canter through. I know we've had lots of amazing different protein-rich discussion, and this is just to add to that. The lens. What is the lens upon which you're viewing life? So if you're running a business, aware that today we've got a whole mixture of age groups and background, and I would just invite you is, what is the lens that you view your world through? Then you can start to explore, right, what are the policies that can support having an equitable and equal environment for people to work in? So that then when you're running your business, you know that actually you're enabling to yourself to be very compliant, yes, but also what can we encourage and lobby governments and larger organizations to encourage? So there's always a little bit of controversy about percentages and should there be quotas, but it's amazing how much that can nudge forward progress quite quickly when people can see, okay, this is a genuine concern that is now being backed by government and policymakers. The same with values. What are the values about the areas that we're seeking to work in? And the values and standards, especially in the army, was a big piece about making sure that everybody had a safe and secure environment to work in. The irony, given the fact that we're usually going to war zones. But then you're then looking through that lens to support those on the ground in every country you're going to try and ensure that they also have as best a standard of living, as high a value of life as they possibly can. And I just encourage that with recruitment. I often hear businesses saying, oh, Alice, but I'd love to have a more diverse and equitable approach to our recruitment. And I say, so what about the recruitment agencies? Who are you using? They haven't changed who they're using. Go to specialists. Business structure. Like I say, have you structured a business so that it can have different individuals of different ages and different skill sets come and support that business growth? Or have you just gone for a quick win of, okay, if everybody thinks the same, everybody can produce the same, it'll work. But you're not getting that rich tapestry of understanding and knowledge and culture that can actually really create business resilience too. And just those skills and characters. If you're looking at somebody with bias, then you may be missing actually a golden nugget of the skills they have to offer, the characteristics that they might have to offer. But as a leader, that's also quite challenging to juggle all these different styles of human. And just mindset. Even if it's for us approaching going to a role, I often have to say to people, if not you, who? If it's not going to be you, who else should it be? Are they genuinely better than you? If you've got the skills, if you're awesome and you know that you've got everything it takes to do that role well, brilliant. And if they don't choose you, more fool them. Let's go and find somebody that will really relish having you as part of their team. Or are you looking at D&I, which I come across with some teams, oh my goodness, it's just a tick box exercise. I don't really enjoy this. And you're there going, really? Have you not looked at any of the amazing data that demonstrates, whether it's McKinsey's or some of the big four, or, you know, World Economic Forum, all demonstrating that a diverse community within a business that is treated with equity and inclusion, and I'm a big one on inclusion. I know it's not part of my topic specifically for today, but if you don't include the people, how can you even know how to make it equitable and inclusive for them? If you don't include their views, how can you make it equitable for them? And then look who's winning. You know, at the end of the day, you don't need to reinvent the wheel, be it that you're seeking out a career or you're running a business where you want to integrate in a more equitable manner different skills and different individuals. Who's doing it brilliantly? You don't have to reinvent the wheel. And I love this aspect to being able to go, okay, actually that business is doing really well. Oh my goodness. And look, so how are they integrating individuals? Where are they getting some great talent from? Where are they finding new views and new thoughts? We were hearing about AI earlier. What an amazing piece. Just imagine a few years ago, people were having to hide in their garages playing with code and data and weren't being celebrated for what they can offer. Now it's becoming so mainstream. They're the go-to individuals. So it's also just appreciating some of this can be cyclical and just look at who's winning. How can you match it? How can you mirror it? And then how can you beat it? And I know when I was a small child, I used to, I loved learning how to play chess. And every time somebody would, I'd always pretend I didn't really know how to play. And I'd say, okay, can you teach me, please? So then they'd teach me all their tricks and all their ways of winning. And then I'd beat them. And if you do that often enough, you can learn all the tips and tricks from different people and then build them into your own strategy for winning. Never take no for an answer, I guess, is where we're coming back. So yes, that equality and equity, just remembering it's not always meaning the same. It's meaning about what do you need to provide to someone to help lift them up, to give them an equitable chance. And this is just a very quick piece. I always say you get what you focus on. So if people are looking at age, gender, culture, location, like geography, you know, as far as where are you in the world, class and race, that's all they're going to see. And one of the bits we really love to work on is helping people shift their focus. Because if you're looking at skills and knowledge and behaviors, values, the integrity of that human being, the honesty of that human being, then the rest you can teach somebody how to integrate them with your specific business, how to help them in a specific career, joining a specific organization. Those are all malleable things that you can then help integrate somebody in. It comes back to the inclusion part. But if you're not looking for those, you really risk losing some great talent. And given the fact that for the future of work, we're all discussing about the war on talent, talent is, I would suggest, is a brilliant place to start when you're looking at your own strategy. How do I get the best talent? And your best talent's going to give you the best outcomes if they feel safe and secure and as if they are there for their own brilliance, not as a token gesture. So tokenism, in my humble opinion, never works. Winning mindset, I know we're tight on time, bless you, creates equity. Growth mindset, I just encourage that part too. And yeah, if you're included, if you relinquish control, it all helps people feel and you create an open environment that they can be steady. We've talked about the role modeling. And my invitation, it's International Women's Day. Thank you for reminding Dr. Haller, is just celebrate. If you have somebody who lets you through the door, go through it. If they open a door, take a step through. And just remember, it's not going to be perfect. And I think a lot of the discussions are, we're wanting a nirvana. And actually, life's always going to be tricky. But if we're approaching it with growth, then it'll hopefully be brilliant. And that's my piece. So thank you so much. Be brilliant. Be yourself. Lead with authenticity. And like I say, just be bold and be wonderful. Thank you.
Amazing, Alice. Thank you so much. Do you agree with me that our self-image, helps in creating the opportunities we want rather than waiting for them?
Oh, without question. If I'd waited to be given anything in life, I'd probably still be stuck where I started. Even How Did We Meet was a wonderful individual like yourself being able to reach out and say, would you like to be part of this? And then every lady here has said yes. You were so generous in offering the opportunity, and we said yes. People, if they see that you want to be engaged, will often offer you opportunities because they also want to have people that say yes. So I 100%, and I think the door openers are the ones also that need to be cherished across all genders. For me, those door openers have predominantly been male up until now. Female CEOs have often also brought me in to coach their men, which has been quite entertaining. And those door openers have been hugely instrumental. And that was my other invitation at the end is if you have the opportunity to be a door opener for someone else, open the door. But ladies, don't forget to step through it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Wonderful closing, Alice. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes. So Dr. Hala, we'll move on to our next speaker. Our next speaker, I'm also honored. Yes,
Yeah,
I'm also honored to.
Honorable host Maria.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'll just introduce again our next speaker. She will be talking about tech data empowering innovation, the essential role of female voices in language model-based technology. So I'm honored to present our next speaker, Christina Bilowski. She's the founder and CEO of Join, who is in the mission to redefine decentralized finance for the modern era. Fueled by a passion for democratizing financial access, her company Join was born to bridge the gap and make the world of digital assets and DeFi more inclusive. The vision is rooted in simplifying the complex, breaking down barriers, and introducing innovative solutions to the evolving landscape of Web3. So let's all welcome Christina.
Hello, everyone, and happy Women's Day, International Women's Day to all of you. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we do.
Very good. So first of all, let me say I'm very, very honored to be here today and to be able to speak a couple of sentences to such an esteemed crowd of fellow professionals, as well as a great audience so far. The topic that I'm going to speak about is rather complex, and since we are talking a lot about inclusion and diversity, this is one of the main things that I stand for with my career. I will try to present things in such a way that they are very easily understandable and that we try to cut out a bit of the tech language that we often use when we talk about these topics. But still, if you have any questions or if you don't understand anything, please feel free to post it and I will try to follow up as I speak and see that we can immediately address this so that everyone has a clear understanding of what we're talking about. So let me share my screen. Okay. Is my screen visible?
Yes, we can see them.
Wonderful. Okay, so atypically, let's start with the quote of a male tech leader, since there are almost none of those around. Why is this such an important topic? So according to the CEO of Google, and we all know the power that Google holds, and in my opinion, it will grow dramatically over the next decade, AI is probably the most important thing that humanity has worked on in a long time. So he thinks that is something more profound even than electricity or fire. Now, this idea is obviously shared by many, and if you look at where we are interacting with language-based models as well as AI, we can see that there's so many growing and vastly growing things that we interact with daily, like our cell phones, like our computers, like even the cameras that we use, that basically we can't escape these models anymore. So we have our Alexas, we have all the language-based applications that we use. And a lot of these applications have a lot of advantages for people, especially when it comes to inclusion. So for example, if you can access your phone screen just with your voice, that obviously helps. Voice recognition software helps to diversify the range of people who can use these devices. Obviously, also the cost of development has gone down, so a lot more people have access to these technologies these days. So we have a lot of positive points of why we want to develop and use these technologies. And clearly, I'm one of the people who believe in this very strongly as well, that technology is not a curse or something we have to be afraid of, but something that we have to actively shape, especially as women or diverse voices in this industry. Why is that so crucial? So technically, we talk about language-based models. There's a lot of applications that we've all used for years that were based on this idea. For example, search engines. So if I go to Google and I type something in, then already basically language-based AI is telling me what suggestions I get. And the more we use this technology, the more we are biased by these suggestions that we get by these technology models. Now, the problem that we have that because a lot of female voices have been included historically, there is societal stereotypes and gender norms, also obviously other stereotypes and norms when it comes to other fields of diversity or categories of diversity that are affected by these. And they are based on a historical reproduction of bias. Now we have, luckily, through very informative speeches, already heard a lot about bias and stereotypes today. And we've also heard about how crucial it is going to be to integrate with AI in our future communication. Another factor that we have to think about is how the tech discourse is shaped. Now, this is shaped for a very privileged class of typically white educated people with very, very privileged access to education. So this crowd of people who can not only program these language models or who even have the vocabulary, who have the education to work with them or to create them is really, really a small crowd. So if I fly around the world for conferences or if I speak to people, you will see this is always the same people that you meet there. So it's not a very diverse crowd. And so this is something that we need to work hard to change. So this is the thesis that I have, which is obviously that female voices and obviously all diverse voices are indispensable for the advancement of language-based AI technology. And in my opinion, not just that, they're even crucial for the future of humanity as we know it. And I would like to try to explore the reasons why I have this assumption and why a lot of my and a lot of other incredible women's and people's efforts are dedicated towards making this possible. So what are language-based AI technologies, just to start off with? Let me just quickly check if there are any questions that came in. Language-based AI technologies are basically systems of algorithms. So what they do is there's a data model and that feeds these language models. So if you type something into Google search engine, then there's already a preset amount of data that it can access, that it can use to produce your results. So this is not just what's on the internet, but it depends on the data that has been given to these language models by the designers, by the developer teams, by the companies that design those models or these apps or whatever function you're using. And they have access, and AI has access only to the data that it is given. So for example, language-based natural language processing, which is NLP or speech recognition or even sentiment analysis or chatbots, which is something that we all know from even our banking apps when, you know, nowadays before you get to speak to a human, you get asked 5 questions already that are supposed to eliminate the most urgent problems that anyone could face. And even what problems these could be is already predetermined by the people that program these chatbots. So there's a more intuitive human-computer interaction that is made possible through these chatbots or language models. And they're automated and they automate all tasks that we need to do. Now, where does the exclusion come in? We see that, actually, I would like to show you. That is much easier than to explain it. So let me quickly switch my screen. And let's ask one of these large language models themselves. So I'm using the free version here because most people cannot afford access to any paid version. So we will just go with what most people would get as answers of such models. And we're going to ask it, are you biased in your answers? So as you can see, even the chatbot itself will tell us that yes, that the quality of the information that he provides depends on the accuracy and neutrality of the data that he has been trained on, or it has been trained on, or she has been trained on. So if we ask it any questions, it can only respond with the data it has. So let's try this. Let's see and ask a very generic question. Let's see, who is the greatest living philosopher in the world? And we can see that ChatGPT is an AI that is trained to at least have an idea of the fact that it is biased, and is going to, before giving us an answer, let us know that it is biased and that it depends on the area of interest, and that there's no such a thing as a greatest that it can determine. Now, if we ask another language-based model that has less training in diversity and it has different data sets behind, let's use Google search engine, and I have already pre-filled this for you with the same question, then you will see that it gives you the sources across the web, but in the interface, this looks like this is the truth. Like if you ask Google this question, this is the answer you're going to get. And you can see quite clearly how diversified Google's answer for this very same question is when it's compared already to a model that is at least somewhat trained when it comes to diversity. Now, let's go back to our presentation and see what are practice examples of this. Communication, where do we use this kind of technology in communication? We use it with virtual assistants like Alexa or Google Assistants that use NLP tools. We use it to respond to user queries in all kinds of settings on the internet. We are trying to communicate with our own devices. And all of this is automated and is based on language-based data input. Then we use it for information access. So for example, this is to just reduce the amount of information that we could get as a response. And it is going to use specific factors that are pre-programmed to give us a specific information. In Google case, very much this is based on our marketing profile and other models that are hopefully trained better. This is going to be based on, let's say, other information, for example, that they have already collected on us. So that's why it is so important also to maintain very, very good hygiene when it comes to the information you try to share with these models, because they will sometimes know you better than you think that they know you. Then we have things like search engines that are here for information access, but nowadays also basically your phone does that by yourself. So if you go on YouTube or any other streaming platform, for example, already the movies that you get suggested are pre-selected based on, for example, where you're based or what region you're in, as well as based on your age that you might have to let them know upon signing up for these services. So all of these factors are already factored into the ideas, or let's say which movies can you even watch or are even presented to you to watch. And then we have social interactions. Now, that is anything that has to do with algorithm when it comes, for example, to social platforms like Facebook. So who do you get suggested? Who do you have access to? Or also what speech is recognized? What language can you use to access these? Or in which regions of the world do you even have access to them? So all of these things are predetermined. And when we enter these worlds, we don't understand that the interface that we see or that I see might look completely different than the interface that someone else sees. And the usage of these social media channels, as well as the chatbots that are integrated nowadays into almost everything, as well as the usage increase in communication tools, is just going to be even more prevalent and even more prevalent over the next coming years. So why do we need female voices in this, and why is this even important? First of all, we need to incorporate a diverse perspective very, very urgently. we can already see that a lot of the outputs that at the end of the day, for many people, shape an additional layer of the education, for example, which is a second language that I'm going to learn, or even what information can I rely on? What information do I use other than a traditional education system is solely shaped by social media or different search engines that are used to gather this information. And there's almost no independent sources for this information that are not yet pre-filled with your data, or that doesn't, only include the data that it has been fed by its developers. So therefore, there's inadequate representation and understanding through historical development already. So if I, as a woman, go and Google who are big tech CEOs, the likelihood of a lot of males coming up is very high. Not only because there are a lot more males, but also because the females that are just underrepresented in the data sets, and their importance is just not seen as high by a chatbot that is very simply not a human, or by a search engine that is very simply not a human. And so therefore, I will be biased by the results that I get myself. So at the end of the day, let me come a little bit to a close with this. We need to work on inclusive research practices. So we need to include women in our teams when we build this product. We need to empower women in STEM. This is something I'm very grateful also for this institute to be so present when it comes to education. We need to amplify female voices. We need to encourage each other. So when we hold conferences, when we hold speeches, when we hire people, we need to include women, especially in the tech sector. We need to look out for these biases in our social interaction. We need not forget the unique perspective and the historical responsibilities that we have in this field. And nevertheless, when it comes to who has access to these learning tools, we need to now immediately make sure that we include diverse voices into these advanced learning tools. Because if we do not do that, we will end up in a world that is shaped in even more biased, in an even more exclusive setting than it already is. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Christina. It's a great reminder for us, especially now that we are into AI, right? So those who are really working on technology, really important reminder for everyone. Okay, thank you so much. And then, so we're moving on to our next speaker. Our next speaker, she will talk about art as advocacy, inspiring change through creativity. And I'm honored to introduce to you our next speaker, Vanya Goel. Let me know if I pronounce it wrongly. Just correct me, please, Vanya. Vanya is an Indian entrepreneur, startup founder, and a toddler mom. After completing her engineering, Vanya, who hails from a small city, wanted to reach for the big goals. She started her career as an HR professional and soon found her calling as an entrepreneur. She co-founded The Voice of Woman while pregnant with her daughter. It's a platform to empower women and talk about issues that affect them. She went on to scale her business, and today she heads operations at Apsierra Group of Companies. Welcome, Vanya.
Thank you, Maria, for this wonderful introduction of mine. And I really would like to thank Dr. Hala for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I'm feeling really privileged for being the only Indian speaker over here. And I'm feeling a bit of pressure as well because I'm literally representing the whole country of ours. But yes, thank you so much. And all of the amazing women they have chosen very, very great topics. And I'm literally touched and learned a lot from all of you. I want to wish happy International Women's Day to everyone. And the topics that we are discussing here right now, I don't think 15 to 20 minutes are enough to discuss about those because they are really important topics. But yes, I'll also try to cover what I have wrote. My topic is art of advocacy. And but when we talk about the art, who do you think are the top artists, sculptors, or painters of all time? I think the names that come to our mind are Picasso, Vincent Van Gogh, Monet. Yes, those are the names. But did you notice what's common between all of them? They are all men. Everyone we think about is a man. In the top 20 most popular exhibitions worldwide in 2018, only one was headlined by a female artist. Can you imagine the discrepancy we are facing around the world? Only 29% of the winners of the Turner Prize, one of the best known visual art awards, have been women. So are women through history and even in 2024 meant to be just muses and not the artists? Now let's look at some female artists who have been change makers, created history, and have been trendsetters. For example, Frida Kahlo is probably the only famous artist we can recall if we look at the music industry. We have modern examples though, like Taylor Swift, Madonna, Lata Mangeshkar. I come from India, the land of culture and heritage, where art in all its form and glory has been compared to Goddess Saraswati, a woman. But no, I'll not just allude to myths, I'll substantiate them with the data. Let's now look into some global statistics. Women earn 70% of Bachelor of Fine Arts and 65 to 75% of Master of Fine Arts degrees in the United States, though only 46% of working artists across all arts disciplines are women. And if I look closer home, then the numbers look a bit more promising. So, why art is so empowering? To show you how art can advocate for change, I want to bring the story of a small village in India to this global stage. Uh, so there is this small village in Rajasthan, Thikarda. Do you know it only has a population of 4,011 people? This relatively unknown village has today gained popularity and thanks to the immense creativity of the people. The villagers, especially the women, are skilled artisans known for the pottery skills. And one woman usually takes about a week to finish one clay item, as each step is done painstakingly by hand and in traditional kilns. Now, let's understand why there is a wave of empowerment in the art field, especially in developing countries and above impoverished societies. Number one, it can be done from home, not just pottery, but also weaving, hand painting, and sculpturing of small idols. It can be done within the confines of their sanitary. Then number two is women have smaller hands and dexter fingers. Thus, they are better at nimble work like handicrafts. Men are often associated with the hard labor. Then comes the number three, women are often divergent and creative thinkers who work better collaboratively. Thus, they work better in group settings. We all love group settings, I believe. And this is not just in India, but something seen in many communities globally. So, in rural and backward settings, women often lack the independence that those of us who are present here have experienced and often take for granted. Thus, women who were confined to raising children, running a household, and doing beautiful artwork, but only for their homes, suddenly found this as an economic opportunity. They had seen their female ancestors pursue these as art forms in a domestic setting. Now, this same art, which was gathering dust in their huts, was suddenly helping them bring food to their table. Art brought empowerment, identity, and financial stability to women without access to formal education. Now, I will give you an example that might be a little bit controversial, but it was path-breaking. Tawayaf, if you all know about it, or you can call them courtesans as well. So if you haven't heard of them, let me tell you, these women were known for their artistic prowess, expert dancers, singers, and musicians. They are often seen in tainted lights because of misrepresentation and because history has rarely upheld women's stories. Courtesans contributed to the music and literary scene of an era when most women were in parda. They were expert in shairi, Urdu poetry, thumri, another classical music form, owed much of its popularity and patronage to these women. They were all well versed in literature and politics, unlike the other women in the society who had nothing to their name, neither the property nor the literacy. Now, how can we even talk about art as an advocacy for change without mentioning the biggest female artist and icon of this era, Taylor Swift, our favorite and all of our favorite. So Taylor's music videos, speeches, and social media presence address every pressing issue that impacts society, like violence against women, LGBTQ struggles, and racial injustice. She uses her art to stand as an ally to oppressed groups, helping bring change. Her art might express vulnerability, but it is used to showcase the strength of both the creators and her followers. It urges Swifties to embrace their personal narratives and find power in their experiences. And if we are talking about modern art that express change, we cannot forget graffiti and the role women taggers play in it. Street art has always been an expression of protest and revolution. Since I'm pressed for time, I would not be able to discuss each and every artist and their creations in detail. Arts can help promote a sense of community and belonging. Art may help individuals and communities form deep bonds by providing a platform to gather and share their experiences. This can foster a sense of unity and common purpose, which can effectively motivate social change. So, if anyone from the audience today is looking to use art to bring about a change, I have a guide map for you. Number one, identify the purpose and define your stance. For me, it was empowering women, allowing them a medium to voice their concern, like we are doing right now here. Then the next is choose a medium that plays to your strength and can help reach the people who matter and those who can be the catalyst of that change. I chose the digital medium, and the Voice of Women was built, a platform to share stories that mattered and inspired a new generation of super females. Further, you have to work to engage, entertain, and collaborate. This is exactly what I am doing here and what I have been doing for last 5 years. Collaborate with these women in power, engage them in conversation across video and written mediums, and finally, bring it to those who need it the most. So if you want to use art as an advocacy, remember there is no better weapon than brushes, pens, and musical instruments. Today, we women have a platform to have conversations that matter. That is art. We are bringing our different perspectives to a single place and using it to bring a change. Also, all of us are artists. Women have superpowers to manage everything all together, the house, the office, and the kids. I salute all of you for your hard work, what you are doing for the society. We all are trying to bring a change. We all are trying to uplift each other. Let's keep empowering each other. Please join my Voice of Women LinkedIn page, and my team would be reaching you out very soon for a one-on-one webinar sessions because we really need to talk about these topics in detail and with a little bit more time. And I would like to end this session by saying we all are artists and we all are change makers. All we need to do is find a purpose and a medium. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Dr. Hala and Maria. And thank you for, I hope we'll do this again.
Thank you so much, Vanya. You excelled. And indeed, arts give voices and space for those who do not have voices, neither space. Thank you so much. Thank you for the amazing presentation. Back to you, our beautiful host, Maria, who is our next amazing global speaker.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hala. Thank you so much, Vanya, for reminding us that we all have our superpowers as women and use that to empower others as well. So our next speaker, she will be talking about empowering action, turning inspiration into impact. I'm honored to introduce Bridge Leah. Did I pronounce it correctly, Bridge?
Bridge.
Bridge. Okay, thank you. She is at heart an entrepreneur and senior executive leader. She co-founded a technology logistics business that grew to revenues of 3.5 million pounds. Clients included Toshiba, Johnson Matthey, and Canon, NCR, before successfully managing its sale. Today, she is a NED and advisor to boards working with PLCs. Plus, she is passionate in helping entrepreneurs reach their potential. Welcome our next speaker, Bridge.
Thank you so much for having me. And what a fabulous event this has been. I've listened to a few of the speakers. They're all amazing. I'm not actually going to put any slides up. I'm just going to tell you a true story that happened back in 2008. So this is a story about how 3 women unintentionally empowered each other and built lifelong relationships. So back in 2008, I was working for an international corporate logistics company as their commercial director. I was the first and only female director on the board. I was feeling so unfulfilled, so disengaged, and disappointing to say the least, because I'd worked really hard to get there. And it was a position that I'd wanted so much, but it wasn't what I thought it was going to be when I got there. I followed the rules and I ticked all the boxes to pay my bills, but it was just a means to an end. What was really in my head and my heart, and what my heart was telling me, was that I should, after all these years of experience and knowledge and drive, I should actually be running my own logistics company. And to be honest, that was a very scary prospect. And I fobbed it off with many counter arguments. And we've all done this to ourselves. The time's not right. It's just a pipe dream. It's too risky. And so those arguments stayed in my head. And yes, I did have every excuse in the book not to make it happen. I was lacking courage. I was lacking encouragement. But I knew deep down I could do it. And I wanted to, in my heart, create a company with values, with culture. And obviously I needed to make some money, but have a lot of fun along the way. And I really wanted to create a company that I would be proud to work for. But it was just a pipe dream. So back to reality. Here I am in a company I cannot actually, well, I can't stand them. I don't like working for them. And they were in the process of getting ready to sell. So it was all hands to the deck to make sure all the contracts that we had were watertight. And we were making more revenue for this sale. And they had a client that was turning over about £2 million a year. And the key decision maker was a woman. Woo, the men weren't happy about that one, because this woman had very high demands. Apparently, she had the influence to make or break the contract. She was deemed as difficult. She was vocal, and she was unrealistically demanding. So because I'm a woman, they said, Breeze, you go in, smooth things over and get that contract signed for 3 further years. So no big ask. Anyway, let me set the scene first. Let me tell you about this woman, Michelle, the client. She was formidable. When I met her, she had a razor-sharp black bob haircut. She was impeccably dressed in designer clothes. She had the designer handbag and she had red fingernails and beautiful jewellery. She looked incredibly scary to me. And I found out very quickly she took no prisoners. She seemed to relish exerting power to intimidate others. And I experienced this on our very first meeting. Anyway, not to be beaten at the first hurdle, I hatched a plan and I invited her to be my guest to an International Women's Day in London. And to my surprise, she accepted. I was also trying to get in front of another prospective client, a female, who was head of a global IT company. And our whole business had tried to engage with her. Christine, the prospect client, was so elusive. We were beginning to wonder if she actually existed, and nobody could get in front of her, and she didn't answer any emails. But anyway, I invited her, and bingo, she said yes too. So I had no idea what she looked like. I don't know anything about this other lady. So you could say that day there was looming and getting closer, and it was either going to be the most amazing experiment or it was going to be spectacularly explosive. I didn't know which way it was going to go. On the day, Michelle and I travelled together. Well, she was surprisingly different. She was softer. She was interesting. She was engaging. And boy, was she candid. She told me how she'd been overlooked for directorship on many occasions. She had been promised many times she would be next. And all the other directors in her company were men, and they all had their own little boys' club, and she was excluded unless they needed her help. She had exceeded her performance targets. She was jumping through hoops to impress. She was doing all of this for less money and privilege than her male peers. Wow, now I know why she acted like she acted. And I understand now how difficult it was for her and why she was so difficult to deal with. She was so honest. And then, even though I was the client, I felt I could share my passion that I wanted to start my own logistics company. Well, we both started laughing because neither of us were happy in where we were. And we weren't expecting that to learn that from each other on this journey. From that moment on, Michelle and I became lifelong friends. I explained to Michelle that we'd never met Christine and the other guest, and I had no idea what she looked like, but hoped we'd all get along really well. As we arrived at the hotel, I saw a woman sitting in the foyer, and I knew immediately it was Christine. She was very tall, she was elegant, a bit like the actress Helen Mirren. She was all class and utterly gorgeous. Well, we had a fantastic day. The speakers were inspiring. We all got along well. Everything was going so much better than I could have ever hoped for. We relaxed and we enjoyed each other's company. As the day progressed, and a couple of glasses of wine later, Christine too opened up about her job, her children, and her disappointment with her marriage. She loved her job, but she'd fallen out of love with her husband. Wow, another unexpected, powerful revelation. Both Michelle and I listened and we sympathised, and we shared our stories of discontentment with Christine. One of us suggested that we all needed to move the dial, and I think it was Michelle. But whoever it was, we were all inspired by the day and by our conversations. We were all motivated to make a change, and we realised we had the power to do so. The day had been amazing, and all three of us were walking on clouds. We felt like we could do anything. We had listened and encouraged each other, and it was so powerful. We agreed we would meet in London 6 months later for dinner, an update on our progression, on how to get our happiness and fulfillment. So 6 months on, Michelle had handed in her notice. They had begged her to stay. They offered her more money. They offered her the directorship that she'd wanted so badly for all those years, and that was out of reach. Now it was in the palm of her hand. She turned them down. She turned on her designer heel and went into a director's role for £50,000 more money and in the city for an international bank. Michelle was on top of the world. She'd restyled her hair. She'd got more designer clothes and more designer handbags and more designer jewellery. She was flying. Both Christine and I were so proud and delighted. We toasted her success. Christine had also found the courage to tell her husband, and they agreed to live separately within the same house and wait till their children were old enough before they divorced. I also had handed in my notice, and I was on gardening leave. Now I had the headspace to think about the company and start planning my own business. My first contract was with Canon. Both Michelle and Christine were instrumental in providing suppliers and contacts. I grew the business from 0 to 3 million by 2014. The biggest client was yet to come, and in 2016, we won the US company National Cash Registers, NCR, ATMs, where you get your money out. Lunar Logistics operated over 7 sites with warehousing and tech space over 100,000 square feet, employing over 25 staff. In 2018, the company was sold, and I took a well-earned break. This, of course, is only one side of the story. There is a flip side, but it's a tale for another day. So you may ask, where are we all now in 2023? 24 rather, 24. Sadly, we lost the gorgeous, lovable, take no prisoners Michelle to breast cancer in 2018. We toast our dear friend every International Women's Day. She is so missed by her husband, Gary, and their kids, and everyone who ever had the privilege to meet her. So here's to you, Michelle. God bless you. After the sale of Luna, I became bored within a month, and by sheer chance, I became the CEO of the Hertfordshire Chamber of Commerce for 4.5 years until last summer. I'm now a non-exec director of a number of companies, plus I am a consultant to the British Chamber of Commerce. As for Christine, well, here's a very happy ending indeed. She did divorce her husband, but they remained very good friends. Her boys have great jobs. She has also recently become a grandmother. Her career propelled to dizzy heights, and she set up her own company advising governments on cybersecurity. Christine now lives in Paris with her partner Bernadette, and they have a little dog called Rosie, and she's very happy. So, ladies, what I want, my message to all of you today is we all have the power to move the dial. We need the encouragement of good people around us and our own self-belief. Have the courage to follow your dreams. And thank you, Dr. Haller, for inviting me.
Thank you so much, Bridge. Dr. Haller, any thoughts before we move on to our next speaker?
Thank you so much. That was an amazing story. Thank you so much. Back to you, Maria.
Okay, thank you. And our next speaker, we are also privileged to have Bella Irons. I just want to pull out her resume, her bio here. So Bella will talk about a future with a compassionate technology. So Bella is a technology professional who's been assisting entrepreneurs, boards, and organizations in developing emerging technology for 2 decades. Their work currently focuses on AGI, blockchain, smart contracts, digital assets, consensus mechanisms, and spatial computing. At the core of Bella's work lies a belief in technology's potential for aiding evolution. A dedication demonstrated by their commitment to fostering equity throughout the for and nonprofit communities, and the foundation of Bella's doctoral research in compassionate technology at California Institute. So let's all welcome Bella.
Hello, thank you. Thank you to the London Intercultural Center for this wonderful conference and invitation, and happy International Women's Day to female born, female identifying, female questioning, and female aware persons in our world. I am going to do a screen share here, and thank you for the wonderful story, true story, Briege. Hard act to follow, but very needed in this world. So let's do, oh, I think I have not been given permission.
Are you able to hold on?
Yeah, the screen share. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Bella.
Okay, great. Oh, it's still not pulling up. There we go. So as was stated, can everybody see the screen share? Just to make sure first.
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, good. Thank you. Check with technology, right? This is where I exist most of my life. But so as was introduced, my doctoral research is in compassionate technology. And what I want to present on is our future with compassionate technology. And so what actually is compassionate technology? Well, the definition, the ideas, and our realization of it is going to start with you. And we're going to go through a nice little analogy here to show exactly how this is forming right now in our world. So when you look at the definition of a word, when you look at what does this mean? What is the context of this word? You know, compassionate technology, you know, could be very generalized, very eluding for people, right? So if you look at the actual etymology and understanding of a word, definitions are very, you know, foremost in understanding the context of what somebody might mean by something and how it can, you know, relate to your life and you. So usually people look for the definitions in dictionaries. That's why we've had, you know, dictionaries, and a very well-known one is the Oxford English Dictionary. And it says that it's, quote, a strong feeling of sympathy for people or animals who are suffering and a desire to help them. And that is very true. That's been what the definition of compassion has been for a long time, and our understanding of it, our relationship to it. And it has actually been expanding quite a bit what our understanding of it is. And it is the basis of what I mean and what others are studying around compassionate technology. And so the origins of compassionate technology and compassion itself have actually shifted. The origins came from the defining with Dr. Kristen Neff in 2003 in the first publications of self-compassion. So self-compassion really was the first outlier academically in recent publications for what compassion is. And they defined it as 3 components of self-kindness instead of, self-loathing, and a shared humanity with others instead of like solitary isolation, and being mindful and being aware of self instead of being egotistic. This self-compassion definition helped establish a measurement within academia of the self-compassionate scale. So when that came out, then it started getting applied, this kind of new understanding of compassion by originating through self-compassion. And it subsequently has become what compassion now is known as, and has been being researched and studied and applied through not just academia, but well into, culture. And this comprehensive definition now of compassion was based off of Neff's work on self-compassion by Strauss et al. In 2016 as 5 elements that they have defined as recognizing suffering, a common understanding that we have, of suffering with another, feeling connected to the other in that suffering, the awareness of our uncomfortable feelings, and then wanting to take action or taking action to alleviate the other's suffering. And in the last year, there's been a new 6th element that's been applied through AI, academia, and publishings. That's the attention to the outcomes of the results of this process of compassion. So defining self-compassion and then compassion, creating measurement scales for others to be able to evaluate self-compassion and compassion towards. It has blossomed a ton of academic research in the world, mainly around foremost psychology divisions, around technologies and systems within psychology. Healthcare is a huge area within compassionate technology and compassion and self-compassion as well within their technologies, within their systems designs. And it started to broach into other areas of our world and our lives. In sociology, in fact, there is a recent call to redefine self-compassion or compassion as well as the measurement scales, because they don't always align with other people's cultures and other people's languages. And they're finding that. So, how this is being applied in a social context is starting to come to the horizon. It's been out there for decades now. And a lot of different applications are being looked at for these definitions and what it means to be self-compassionate or to be compassion. Veterinarian medicine, environmental, fields, and educational fields. So it's very much blossomed a lot of different subsequent findings and theories and research. And what this has been looking like or translating to within the academic areas is there's more specialized areas of this research. In fact, the University of Twente's psychology department has a compassionate technology project. Stanford Medicine has a Center for Compassion and Altruistic Research and Education. MIT Sloan School this year started an Introduction to Compassionate framework course. And I mentioned these more specific, there's a lot more in the world, but I mentioned these specific areas because a lot of this, especially regarding compassion within technologies, and if you think of wellness fields, healthcare fields, psychology, these prominent fields where there's this human-based interaction with technology, it's this integration, a deep integration of who we are. And my work is within human-based values. In fact, we've had a couple of presenters talk about how important values and understanding values are. Breja and Alice both brought up values, and it is incredibly important to understand values in this. But within the academic settings, these specialty areas also have very large divisions that it's kind of also been being housed under, specifically within technology. And that's human-centered, like engineering and design. And case in point, where I am in Seattle, University of Washington has a research area that talks about influencing behavior and awareness within technology. But there's many other labs that also discuss human-based, human-centered technology. New Jersey Institute of Technology, Arizona State, Georgia Tech, Tufts, a lot of universities. But they've also had these departments and chairs and fields that are being researched by only a very, very small amount of humans in our world. Humans that have their own, biases that they're bringing. They're being educated under only particular systems. And when I say that compassionate technology is going to start with you and me, it really is. And the research is starting to trend to this reality. AI is showing us that the reality is coming back to those learning systems, those algorithms need to have our individual knowledge and input. And that's where design is going towards. And in my opinion, and my research and what I see is that is where we are already talking about where this needs to go back to. It needs to come back to us instead of specialty areas of only particular educations and only particular people designing technology for the rest of us. And this is true with a couple of quotes, from recent publication. If social transformation is a true goal, designers need to recognize methods that truly transform themselves and participants through co-constituent, consensual, collaborative methods that will result in transformational knowledge production and meaningful experiences. So really, these calls for the educators, the people that have been educated, the developers that we have that are creating our technologies right now, the calls are already being put out there in the research that they need to start co-collaborating with us to develop technologies. And I'll bring in a human, a very relative experience of my own. I have suffered from cyber sickness and heart arrhythmias through wearable technologies for years. And there are a lot of people and a lot of research and findings that are starting to understand that the way that technology has been being developed and designed by a select few in our world is not necessarily translatable and applicable to all 8 billion plus humans. So again, this is where compassionate technology is coming back to you. Another, quote, under human factors, so human-based, technology development, human factors still remain an afterthought of design objectives. So that also, tells us that the way that the education is proceeding, the way that the people that are being educated and becoming the developers and designers is proceeding, it's still an afterthought that our human factors are at the highest priority for how technology is developed. That is an us, responsibility. And that is what, I am doing my basis of my work on, and why I say it comes back to you, because is tech working for you? And if you look at the definition of compassion itself, we can see the analogy of the transition that's already starting to shift, and that I'm trying to help other people understand that's on the horizon, that our own mindfulness, our own awareness of if technology is working for you, for your cultural values, for your somatic needs, for your financial needs. We need to start evaluating this from our own individual values so that we can help inform how technology is being designed and developed for our collective futures. So in that regard, I will say thank you for letting me share this information and my research, just a very, very small snippet of a much larger ecosystem out there within academia, and present back the personal inquiry. If we're going to change things, if we are going to build this DEI and B, belonging, we have our responsibilities, including with our technology, to evaluate how it's working for us or not. So thank you.
Amazing, Bella. It's our honor to have such a wonderful researcher like yourself. Thank you so much. Back to you, Maria, our beautiful host, who is next on our agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Hala. Thanks, Bella. That's really an important component when it comes to technology, having that compassionate component. Thank you. So our next speaker, we are honored to have tonight, our next speaker, Lady Lena Kay. She is an experienced press specialist with a demonstrated history of working in the media production industry. She's very skilled in negotiation, journalism, management, business development, and marketing strategy. She is the CEO of Huna Hala TV London, or London TV, CEO of Hala London TV and Radio, and created the adventure of Hala in London Animation. So let's all welcome Lady Lena Kay.
Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Hello, good afternoon. Abroad, and I'm launching 7-8 digital TV channels. Sorry, I'm still in the office working, so I had to come to the car to this meeting, so I'm really sorry. Happy International Women's Day, which is today. And today I would like to talk about the future digital media, which is I'm facing right now. I will talk about the future of digital TV is likely to involve continued advanced in technologies such as higher resolution 4K, and it will be 8K soon, and improve compression techniques for better video quality with lower bandwidth. Requirement enhanced interactive features and greater integration with internet-based content services. Additionally, there may be developments in personalized content delivery and immersive experiences such as virtual reality and augmented reality applications. Overall, digital TV will continue to evolve to meet the changing preferences for the viewers. I'm just explaining about the digital media because we are entering a new digital media, which we connected already the AI with the new digital media. And this is very good and very dangerous as well. Sorry, because I'm having a call, so you lost me for a bit. So I want to speak about the women and the digital media. Many developing countries don't have access to large internet networks, so they cannot use digital media as people in developed nations. Like countries with no strong or fiber internet, they cannot access the digital media, which will be very expensive for them. And this will make it harder for the future. As well, there is lots of barrier First of all, is lack of communication, studies have shown that one of the most significant barriers to female empowerment is a lack of education. Like, I'm dealing with all men. I don't see any women working right now, which is, I'm very sad for this. So for the future, I'm planning to have like a channel only for women, to educate women, to empower young girls, because girls' education is often limited, especially in developing countries, where they are more likely to be forced into child labor or marriage early. And until now, even we are in the UK, we're still seeing, I'm talking from the media, like men still earning more salaries than women. And women who live in developing nations will find it hard to grow their businesses as they
Lady Lena, we lost you. Sorry, we cannot hear you right now.
She cannot connect with clients or other businesses. She may not have access to computer as well, software or hardware to set her website, because now we see most of the businesses became online or remotely, because we work with lots of people and many countries, which is they work with us remotely. At home, if women don't have access to both technology and digital media devices, such as computers or mobile phones, they will be limited in running their businesses without education on how these technologies work specifically. And women are left to become self-sufficient entrepreneurs because of physical limitation. Female empowerment is the one solution. Female empowerment plays a massive role in societies worldwide. We have to start from the ground up. We can start to empowering women from childhood to become CEOs, CFOs, world leaders, basic in every field. As well, we are moving very fast to advanced digital media now. If women don't have the technical background, will not be able to be in the new digital media. As now we see, like back in days, women didn't need to have technical background to become a TV presenter or a journalist or reporter. In the very near future, I like to say, if women don't have background with technology, they cannot have these jobs. So this women will be losing. But we will need creative people always, especially women, because women can be more creative than men, as my experience. If we educate women, empower them, encourage them, and help them, especially in the third world countries, I believe that women can change the world in our with our help, especially we live in Europe or USA or Dubai became very advanced as well, as Dr. Hala live in Dubai. So as women, we need always to support each other, especially because I have the media. I can always help women. Plus, we did AI learning with Hadi, and I'm preparing to do a special program called Her Power, that empower her power to show all the powerful women. And maybe younger women can learn from experienced women, or maybe we can advise them how to start. And the important, very important thing, so we need as well to concentrate on the technical, teaching women to be more technical. Because women I see in my job, they are more creative than technical. So I had to take many courses to understand the technical background of my TV, so I can as well work on my TV, and I like to know what's going on. So this is very important. And we need as well to be equal with the man. I'm not saying because we are in London or wherever, still we see, even in London, we keep seeing the man is more technical than women. And if women start a job, then we see as well, like men don't like it, no matter what country, no matter what background. Man is man, wherever they are. Just I wanted to thank you all for everything. And that's it. If any question, please ask me. Thank you.
Thank you, Lady Lina. You are really a story of success and a model for other women. And I am sure you won't hesitate to produce programs to help other women. Thank you so much for taking the time and taking the tour to join us today. And happy International Women's Day to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Happy International Women's Day. I'm so sorry for my time. I'm really busy traveling. I'm so tired. I'm not sleeping.
We appreciate your time, Lady Lina, you being here. Thank you so much.
Back to you, our amazing host.
The 7 channels will be everywhere. So please excuse me because I don't have much time.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we'll be very happy to provide the recording for your channel also, so that
please, yes, Dr. Hala will help me a lot. Thank you so much, Dr. Hala. Thank you, Hadi. Thank you, everyone, lady. I hope I will meet you all. Nice meeting you all. And it's so pleasure if I can put everything on my TV as well. We can empower women and help each other. That's what we need.
Exactly. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Lady Lina.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Nice meeting you all. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Lady Lina. So right now, we will see if we can share before our closing keynote, Ms. Indira. We'll see if I can share. It looks like I can share now with the sound, the video of Gavin. Gavin was introduced earlier, and so let me share with you his message. Hopefully you can all see and the sound.
Please, if you could share with me everything, I will be so grateful, and I will launch it on the TV as well and social media.
Yes, Lady Lina, we will coordinate with Hadi on that one. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So here now is Gavin's video message for us.
Hello, everybody. Gavin McCormack here. I'm so proud to be part of this Empower Her 2024 conference. As the only male, I feel a little bit outnumbered, but I feel absolutely honored to be chosen to speak at this conference, which is all about the empowerment of women, celebrating the success that they have in the world and the way that they lead in such a wonderful way. And today I'm going to share with you an amazing story, one that will fill your heart. It will fill your cup. Your emotional cup will be absolutely full at the end of this, but also it will show us that sometimes we need to look to our youngest citizens in the community to show us the way. A big thanks to everybody who is here today, obviously talking at the conference and also watching at home. A really big thanks to Dr. Hala, who is a dear friend of mine. I am humbled to be here, and let's get on with the show. So I'm going to start by sharing my screen, if that's okay. I will share the sound and let's get into it. So the strides of women are the leaders of humanity. And this story today takes us to 4 young ladies whom I would like to showcase today to you and talk about their story. Ultimately, it's all about understanding. As a teacher myself, I say, be the teacher. That puts connection over curriculum every single day. Now, this is me with a class of children, and the reason I do this job, the reason I'm a teacher, the reason I live on this earth and put all this time into education is because of that little boy there with the blue t-shirt with the big smile. This is what pays my emotional bills. I do this job because I want to see smiles like that every day of the week. I'm a teacher, I'm a writer, but my biggest work has been in Nepal, where I've built lots and lots of schools. This was one of my funniest and greatest photographs the day we opened a preschool in Parasi on the south of Nepal, on the border with India. The children came in to see their new classroom, which we just painted. Made me extremely happy. Look at the size of me compared to those little guys. Now, in 2017, I had a school, a farmhouse Montessori school, a little school in Manly in Sydney, Australia, where I had a very strange policy in my school. I said to the students, if you have an idea of a project you wish to do, and it makes the world better, then I will always say yes. And our job at school was to allow the children to do what they thought was right, but our job was to build the curriculum into their passions. So, I'll tell you a story. One day, these 4 girls arrived at my office with a project that they wanted to save refugees arriving from Myanmar coming to Australia. Now, these girls were 10 years of age. They named themselves CAMP, which is an acronym for their first names, and they came to my office with a proposal. They said, Gavin, we need to borrow $500 because we want to buy some backpacks from eBay. Then we want to give the backpacks to the parents and ask the parents to fill them up with all the things that they don't need in their houses: books, pencils, shoes, rulers, cagoules, sun cream. And when the refugees arrive, we want to give them a backpack for their first day in Australia and let them know that somebody cares. Now, obviously, this is a great idea, and it's going to make the world better, but I was not willing to give them $500. I told them that there are many ways they can raise $500 on their own. So the next day, they came to my office with a plan. They were going to have a bake sale. They were going to sell some cookies on the playground and raise the money. And they did. Now, I said to the girls, look, you won't be able to do this job alone. You're going to need assistance. They said, no problem, Gavin. We've already invited 3 of the most influential mums into school, and we've made a PowerPoint presentation to persuade them to help us on our mission. Now, remember, these girls are 10. They've got no instructions from me, no guidance. This is their own spirit fighting them forward, wanting to do good in the world. All of the curriculum is built into what they are doing automatically. Now, one of the mums left crying, but all 3 of them were heavily, heavily involved in the process because they captures these ladies' hearts. Now, I said to the girls, after they raised their $500 and after the backpacks had arrived in school, I said, be careful, girls, because when you come to the families will fill them with junk. Now, the girls said, Gavin, do not worry about that. We've learned a lot from you. You always say freedom within limits, and we are giving the families freedom within limits. We've written a list of the things that we will accept, and we're going to put them in the backpack, and they are only allowed to bring them in. Now, look at the smiles on their faces. This is something they are heavily, heavily engrossed in, and something that rings strong in their heart, as you can see. Now, over the coming weeks, they stood outside the school, canvassing the parents to tell them, did you know what's happening in Myanmar? Have you heard about refugees? How would you feel if you were a refugee? And lo and behold, 2 weeks later, every single bag was gone. 500 backpacks had gone home to the families, and the families were filling them up with all the things that they could find around the house that could help a refugee on their first day in Australia in their new home. Now, a month later, all the backpacks arrived in school, and the girls filled them up with all the wonderful goodies. And I asked the girls, I need to ask you a question. Why did you order blue, black, and green? And one of the girls said, Gavin, the green ones are for 3 to 6 year olds, The blue ones are for 6 to 9-year-olds and the black ones are for 9 to 12-year-olds. And we've organized all the things age appropriately and equally, so everyone gets the same. Goodness me. These are 10-year-olds. This is what we need in the world of tomorrow. However, these girls may look as if they'd succeeded, but they were far from it. I said to the girls, look, the refugees are arriving in Darwin and we live in Sydney. That's 5,000 kilometers away. You are a long way away from succeeding in this task because you have to get these backpacks all the way there. But these girls were not fazed by my question. One of them said, Gavin, can we use the telephone in your office because we've got the phone numbers of 2 CEOs, the House of Messina and the Muslim Brotherhood Foundation of Australia. And these 2 organizations, they look after refugees from Myanmar. We want to call the CEO, invite them to school, and offer them the chance to take part. So they did. They called them in. They interviewed both the CEOs of these organizations, and they chose one. In fact, they chose the House of Sakina on the right-hand side. And when I asked the girls, why did you choose the House of Sakina? They said, Gavin, the House of Sakina is run by women, and we are women, and we want to promote women in business. Empower Her 2024. What a story. Now, the House of Sakina arrived with their bus, and the girls loaded the backpacks onto the bus, and off they went into the distance. Now, you may think these girls have succeeded, but still they have not, because the circle of learning was not complete. They haven't seen the fruits of their labor. This was a 10-week program that they've taken on, a lot of work, a lot of background, a lot of hustling for money and trying to get budgets and organizing materials. They needed to see their backpacks being handed to the refugees. 1 month later, I received an email which said, Gavin, sit down, press play on this video and make sure that the 4 girls from camp are standing behind you. So I invited the 4 girls into my office and I said to the girls, I'm going to press play on this video and we're going to watch it together. And now I'm going to show it to everybody here at Empower Her 2024. These children have arrived from overseas as refugees. They may have lost their homes, their family, and they may have thought that nobody cared, but they were wrong. There was a group of girls in a school somewhere in Sydney who decided they were going to help. They followed through on their promise. When the girls arrived from overseas, they received their backpack with cuddly toys, with rulers, with their first sunscreen to protect them from the Australians, dictionaries, everything you need for your first day in Australia. But more importantly than that, everything you need to know somebody cares about you even though they don't know you. And when I turned to the girls behind me in the office, they were all crying. So was I. They weren't tears of sadness, they were tears of joy. Because what these girls had showed us, that anything is possible. Now, once a child knows how good it is to feel, once children know how good it feels to do good in the world, that's all they want to do. Our role is to create an environment where that magic can happen. Now, I hope you've enjoyed my talk. And if you have, and if you enjoy the kind of philosophy that I speak about and how to empower children in your school to do the things that I am talking about here today, I have an internationally recognized teacher training course, which you can scan right here on the QR code and it will take you straight to it. It is CPD approved for 25 hours. You have a certificate from Montessori Australia, and better than all of that, the children in your school, in your center, in your home will get to do the work just like the one you have seen in the story today. Thank you so much for offering me the time to talk at this wonderful conference. It has truly been a pleasure to be here. And I'm honored to be part of this conference, and I hope the rest of this day goes wonderfully well. If you need anything, you know where I am. And inshallah, you have a wonderful rest of the day. Thank you so much. Shukran and goodbye.
Wow. I'm so glad that we're able to show that video story of Gavin and how we can see allyship in action as well. All right, so moving on, we also have another video before our closing remark. We have to show one of our speakers who's also based in Australia. And our speaker, Sylvia Arutin, will talk about youth empowerment, cultivating the leaders of tomorrow. So let me share with you Sylvia's message for us. I hope you can see the video.
Yeah, the video is not working, Maria.
Sorry, are you able to see the video? Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
In fact, I'm still pondering on Kevin's video. It was amazing. Okay, finally we are with Sylvia.
You can see now, Sylvia? Okay, perfect. Thank you for letting me know.
Go ahead.
Hi everyone, I am so excited to be here at the Empower Her 2024 conference held by the London Intercultural Centre. Thank you so much. I'm so honoured to be a presenter. Sorry I'm not joining you live. The time difference, as you can hear, I'm in Sydney, Australia. I'll probably be fast asleep by the time you're hearing and listening to this presentation. So I will, without further ado, get started and inspiring you about talking about cultivating the leaders of tomorrow and why youth empowerment, starting from birth, is so important. So I would like to now share my presentation with you. Before I begin, I would like to do an acknowledgement of country. So I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land in which I am from, the Darug people, and pay my respects to elders past, present, and future. For they are the ones who hold the memories, the traditions, and the culture of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people here in the nation of Australia. Welcome, everyone. Today, I will be sharing with you a story of empowerment, something that is really close to my heart, the story about how I became in business and how the journey of Guide and Grow and My Montessori and youth empowerment came about. And through that story, I want to inspire the next generation of children to really be pursuing breaking barriers and empowering them for their journey in this life. So my journey began as the CEO of Guide and Grow, which is an education and training company globally. I also am the director and owner of My Montessori Preschool here in Sydney, Australia. So basically, our role is to really help support, raise our future generations and to really help guide families, parents, and young people having the best start to life. So I actually was really interested in the Montessori philosophy and in education in young children. And so I decided that one day I wanted to open my own school. Unfortunately, about 10 years ago, I was diagnosed with a neurological disorder called postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. It's basically a neurological dysfunction that doesn't allow your body to pump enough blood to your heart and your head. So I was basically passing out or fainting all the time. So my body could never really be in an upright position. The doctors didn't really know what was going on. At the time, I was away with a family that I was teaching overseas. And when I came home, I was put into hospital. And I was basically told that I would never be able to work again. I wouldn't really have a normal life. I would probably be in a wheelchair and I wouldn't be able to pursue my dreams. Well, of course, I didn't let that stop me. 10 years on, I'm really incredibly proud to showcase that we've been we've had our school now. We've had hundreds and thousands of people come through our school, my Montessori, from birth all the way to 6 years. And I started that in my home. So at the back of our property, we decided to set up a school and follow my dreams. And for everyone that is listening out there that might have something that limits them, or if people don't believe in you, or if you really feel like there's something that's limiting you, you only are limited to as much as your mind is limiting you to. So I wasn't going to allow, the doctors to tell me that that's what my life was going to be. I started researching, I started learning, I started pursuing my own recovery so that I would be able to do and set up and dream big. So that's how the story of my Montessori started 10 years ago. We've really been blessed to have won multiple awards, from the government, work with government agencies, represent Montessori, not just in Australia, but globally as well. So that was something that really taught me a lesson in breaking those barriers and not allowing people to put those stereotypes on you. When I went through my master's in teaching, they told me that I would never be a confident or capable teacher because I wasn't able to physically stand up for 4 to 6 hours. And so I wouldn't accept that as as an answer, or I wouldn't allow them to tell me that I wasn't a capable teacher just because I had physical limitations at the time. Of course, as time went on, my recovery went well. For everyone out there that is struggling with an invisible illness or something that's limiting you, I am telling you that you really, really are only limited to as much as your mind will tell you that you are. So whatever your dreams are, dream big. I was diagnosed at 26 years old. So I was young and I had dreams and I really wanted to work hard, and I wasn't going to let that interfere in my journey and doing what I'm doing. So about 5 years into my Montessori, I realized that there was a need for parents and educators to feel supported on their journey, because we know that with children, so our future generations, and when we're talking about empowering youth, what does that actually mean? It means that we really have to understand children and where that stems from right from the start. So Guide and Grow was really born as a response to the need in my community, especially parents and caregivers, to feel supported on their journey, whether that was, how to raise kids at home, what to do in the classroom when I've got challenging behavior. This is something that I'm really passionate about, and I wanted to showcase and share that with the world. So I decided to start an online community. Just to support people in the home or in their teaching, in the classrooms, about how to really communicate with kids, guide behavior, and empower them to be independent, confident, mindful, and to be thinkers. Because we don't see that very often, where children are given these opportunities to be independent or to think for themselves. I've written here that children are really the first. Parents are really children's first and foremost teachers, and they can become children's biggest advocates. Now, I know a lot of people that are listening to this conference might be parents themselves, or they were a child themselves, and they think about, the changing landscape of our society today and what children are being raised in and how important our future generations are. So social media was really a way of connecting the next generation of caregivers so that we can cultivate the leaders of tomorrow. We know that there's such an overwhelming, resource of information out there, but how do you really know, what's going to be best for our children, to really cultivate them and empower them to be the leaders of tomorrow? Now, I found this on my journey. We've been so blessed. We have about 250,000 members globally. 98% of them are women. And we really are creating the village in which families need to break that generational cycle. A lot of us are stuck in that traditional cultural way of raising children. I know I was, I'm the adult, you're the child, you need to listen to me, all those kind of things. Now, those values and morals are really important, but what we have to understand is how important those first few years of life are and what's actually happening in the brain development, because a lot of us miss that. A lot of us think, oh, youth empowerment comes from, making sure that our children go to the best universities, they're enrolled in such and such high school, or they have those skills and tools. But people underestimate the power of the early years. And this is where I really want people to think about, how they could do things differently, or what kind of things can they look out for, or when we talk about raising our future generation, we're really honing in on the first few years of life. 80% of a child's brain is developed by the age of 3, and 90% is developed by the age of 5. There's a quote here from Maria Montessori that education starts from birth. It truly does. And I feel like we miss those opportunities because we don't understand scientifically how important it is in those early years. So how do we really encourage children so young to have the leadership skills that we're looking for in that youth development? So let's understand what that looks like. And for everybody, I've put together some qualities or principles that I feel are really, really important when we're talking about cultivating the leaders of tomorrow. So what kind of qualities do we wish to instill from a young age? And this is something that I want you all to really think about when you're listening to this. What are some of the things that you really feel that you wish your children have? Or something that you wish that you had that you don't have, or you didn't have the opportunity to kind of cultivate in that young age. And so I've given this as a free download for everybody out there. Things like we trust that the child is capable and confident. How many times have we not given a child an opportunity because we think that they can't do it? Oh, they're too young. Oh, they don't understand. Or, they're not able to have those opportunities for independence. They don't have those opportunities to do things for themselves. We respect that they're an equal and valued member of our community. How many times have we spoken to children and we've just told them what to do? Why don't we involve them in the decision making? Why don't we involve them in the everyday things that are happening in life so that we can motivate them to become decision makers? These are some of the qualities that really are, empowering for our future generation. So we encourage their independence and allow them to assist. We use language like "you did it" to build their self-belief. So building their intrinsic motivation is really, really important. Giving them that self-confidence, building their self-esteem, allowing children to learn from their mistakes. How many times as adults we just want to swoop in and fix what's going on? But it's so important to allow children to go through those mistakes and learn from them so that they learn responsibility, they learn consequences. These are some of the things that are really, really important when we're talking about these skills from a young age. And these all can be learnt from, right from birth. We accept that all emotions are valid and acknowledged. So a lot of the time we don't allow children to feel a certain way. We just tell them, oh, it's okay, don't worry, and brush over their emotions. So we know how important social emotional development is, having healthy boundaries, encouraging turn taking, and we really model for children what we want to see. So this is a really important thing. At the end there, I wrote a quote: "The child is both a hope and a promise for mankind." So if we talk about empowering our next generation and cultivating the leaders of tomorrow, these are the principles, these are the qualities that we really need to ensure that we are delivering to young children, and they can be taken all the way up to teenagers, all the way up to young adults. If I didn't feel like I had those qualities of resilience, of self-esteem, of confidence, I wouldn't have been able to go through the battles that I have personally to achieve what I have today. So those are the really important things. And I've just kind of put it into a little picture here. What are the qualities that we're looking for in a leader? What is a leader? Someone that follows their dreams, someone that's honest, someone shows kindness. So these are really some great skills that you can teach children. Doesn't matter how old they are, whether they're in preschool, whether they're in primary school, whether they're in high school or even university. These are the things that we can start with right from the beginning: treating everyone with respect, helping others, taking turns, looking after their environment. That's something that really allows children to be part of the community in which they are, following their dreams, and really allowing all children to be heard, all of their ideas to be taken on, inspiring, honest, creative, giving the children the opportunities to be creative and supporting them in the projects that they would like to do. So a lot of the time as teachers or people in education, when we're dealing with youth, we're basically telling them how they should think, how they should feel, all of that, but we're not giving them the opportunity to express themselves or express how they feel and come up with ideas and make decisions and problem solve. And I think that's the biggest thing that I've learnt on my journey. And I'm so happy to have been able to share that with you today in terms of, coming through that journey of resilience, working through some really, really hard times. I didn't think I was physically capable of even, teaching, let alone running my own school, let alone running a company and, a community of 250,000 caregivers around the world and having so many people work to support me on this journey. So having a great team around you and knowing that from your heart, when you have that sincerity, when you have that intention, when you have that, that drive to really want to help our next generation of children and caregivers, then you can do some amazing things. So once again, thank you so much to the London Intercultural Centre for giving me this opportunity, not only to share my personal journey with you, but also to share the accomplishments, and through this journey to share with you why cultivating our leaders of tomorrow is so very important, and that starts from birth. So if there's anything I can do to help your communities, your people, to be on that journey to help raise tomorrow's children, I'd be more than happy to do that. Thanks again. Happy International Women's Day, and I hope that you've enjoyed the Empower Her conference for 2024.
Wow, that's a very powerful message, especially for parents.
That was really amazing, right? They are doing
Yes.
great work at Menstory. They are preparing the leaders of the future. So finally, back to you and with the closing keynote speaker. Yes, back to you, Maria, to introduce Indira.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Hala. And so again, I'm privileged to introduce our closing keynote speaker, Indira Bienik. She is an internationally recognized and accomplished thought leader with over 3 decades of impactful leadership in governance, diplomacy, law enforcement, corporate world, industry, non-for-profit sector, and academia. She's a multiple member of different boards of directors, fashionable leadership empowerment coach, CEO and founder of Empower You, Ignite Your Leadership Journey, and a book author of Rise Above and Empower Yourself. Let's all welcome Indira.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you very much. And it is beautiful to follow up on building future leaders. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, honored guests, attendees, esteemed colleagues, and visionary leaders, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Women's Day. As we approach the close of this remarkable, enlightening Empower Her 2024 conference, it is my deep honor to deliver these closing remarks. I'm very excited to share a video message with you all. So settle back, soak in the energy of all what we have experienced, and prepare to be further empowered. Please, Maria, can you start?
Yes.
Thank you.
So just give me a second here. Hopefully you can all see the video and audio. Please let me know if you don't.
Can we envision a world where equality isn't a luxury, but a fundamental right? Picture a world where each individual has the power to shape their destiny, where the horizon of equity expands as far as the eye can see. Welcome to the Equity Horizon. The Equity Horizon isn't just a concept, it's a guiding principle, a beacon of hope, a call to action. It's a journey we embark on together, armed with the principles that light our path. 1. The firm belief that empowerment is a right for every person to shape their destiny. 2. Understanding that opportunities must surpass all boundaries to create an environment where everyone's potential can thrive. 3. The wholehearted commitment to ethics, inclusivity, and celebrating diversity as the foundation of a society. 4. The recognition that lasting equality relies on transformations, advocating for the necessary reforms to break down barriers and uphold justice. 5. The strong belief in treating everyone with fairness, prioritizing merit-based systems over bias. 6. Valuing the strength of collaboration and unity, understanding that working together amplifies our impact and drives us towards shared success. 7. Recognizing the importance of adaptability, being ready to navigate the changing landscape of fairness with innovation and resilience. 8. Promoting compassionate, ethical, and visionary leadership as a catalyst for inspiration, urging leaders from all sectors to lead with empathy and vision. 9. Highlighting the resilience of our community, drawing strength from our support to uplift individuals and societies. And 10. Committing to taking action and being accountable, understanding that fulfilling our mission requires more than good intentions. It demands bold steps and the courage to measure our progress. Imagine the power of a world where every person can navigate their journey and where our collective visions converge to create a world rich with opportunity for everyone. This is the essence of the Equity Horizon. The Empower Her 2024 movement isn't just a call to recognize the value of every individual. It's a call to action, a call to you. Be a part of the change, be a part of the movement, be a part of the Equity Horizon. Ignite change, shape the future, and empower her today.
So, as we come to the closing of Empower Her 2024, we stand together, united by our shared dedication to achieving a future where empowerment, encouragement, and equity of opportunities are not just aspirations, but reality for every woman, girl, and every person and individual. Empower Her 2024 commitment combines our stories, experiences, resilience, ideas, mentorship, partnership, and transformative discussions that have ignited a spark of change within us. Empower her, ignite her, and ignite change, shape our future. It's not just a slogan of Empowerment Her 2024. It's a commitment to make, to improve ourselves, to become better, to raise awareness. And why it is not just about an individual commitment, but a global mindset. Systemic inequalities hold 2.3 billion people back from reaching their full potential globally. Imagine a young girl who dreams of becoming a doctor, but societal biases and lack of access to quality education and healthcare block her path. This is not an isolated story, but a daily reality for millions. As Desmond Tutu reminds us, a world where all lives are valued equally is free from discrimination based on gender, race, or any other factors. Yet this reality remains out of reach for far too many. Desmond Tutu passed away, but this teaching and moral leadership continue to inspire people worldwide in the fight for justice, equality, and peace. We embrace and commit to Empower Her 2024
unstoppable principle guiding us on this journey. With ethical fire ignited, our journey for lasting change begins. Let's leave here empowered, not just inspired, and commit to championing an ethical, equitable world where opportunity thrives for all, fueled by transparency, accountability, fairness, ethics, and justice for all. Let's inspire, empower, and encourage others to dismantle barriers, advocate for inclusive systems, and prioritize merit-based opportunities, ensuring ethical practices guide every step. Let's stand shoulder to shoulder, amplifying diverse voices and forging powerful strategic partnerships built on ethical collaboration and shared responsibility. Let's be visionary leaders and inspire and empower other leaders to be ethical, accountable catalysts, inspire action with empathy and integrity, build trust, and commit to sustainable progress. Let's measure our progress, celebrate our wins, and hold ourselves accountable to the highest ethical standards, ensuring our sustainable actions align with our mission. Research shows that companies embracing diversity and inclusion outperform their peer financially. Moreover, 83% of customers believe brands must act ethically to gain trust. Embracing ethical practices is not just the right thing to do, it is also innovative business. And global business keeps us together. Let's call upon each other to hold ourselves and all leaders accountable to the highest ethical standards and open and global mindset. Remember the powerful story of resilience shared yesterday and today? Remember the passionate calls for action that echoes through this space? Let those memories fuel your journeys. To our fearless speakers, your voices ignited a spark within us. Continue to share your knowledge and wisdom and challenge the status quo. To our dedicated organizers, your tireless efforts laid the foundation for this commitment. Thank you for paving the way for lasting change. And to every participant and attendee, let your empowered spirit translate into daily action. Ask yourself, what is my unique contribution to build a better future? How can I embody the principle of Empower Her in my daily life? How can I raise awareness? Let your answers guide your journey. Let's ensure Empower Her 2024 translates into tangible action, ethical leadership, and lasting change. Be a role model and lead by example. Spread the message, share and spread knowledge and wisdom, and inspire, encourage, and empower others. Let us leave this space not just empowered, but ignited. While the journey starts within, it thrives through global and open mindset and action. Together, with compassion in our hearts and unwavering determination in our action, we can bridge divides, dismantle barriers, build bridges, and empower every individual to reach their full potential. It is a call to meaningful action, to recognize that empowering women and embracing our differences doesn't just elevate her, woman, but all individuals. It elevates us. It draws the map to a future where every person can navigate their journey and where our collective visions converge to create a world rich with opportunity for everyone. Join us, walk together, and let's make Empower Her Equity Horizon a reality, not just a vision. The journey starts now with every one of us. Ignite your leadership journey. Join LinkedIn Equity Horizon Empower Her group to share your experience, to raise awareness, engage in meaningful discussion, build bridges, and contribute to centering a more inclusive, ethical world. A world that embraces diversity, diverse opinions, ideas, strengths, and weaknesses. A world that empowers and builds accountable and sustainable bridges for future generations. Remember, Empower Her is not just a word. It's a collective commitment to a brighter future for all. To be a global, unstoppable, keep you unstoppable spirit, empower her by empowering us. Thank you to the fantastic audience, amazing organizers, and notable participants.
Thank you so much, Indira, for that empowering call to action for every one of us. Dr. Hala?
Well, I will have just to say a few words. Dear global speakers, women and the two gentlemen who joined us in Empower Her 2024, the first day and the second day, you have created a legacy of ideas and stories of success, concepts, and perception of a brighter world for everyone. So this legacy, I'm sure, will be pondered upon and elaborated on for days to come. Thank you so much, and thank you, our, amazing host, Maria. Thank you so much.
It's an honor, privilege. So thank you, everyone. Let's all empower each other, empower one another, and have a good weekend. Thank you.
Thank you so much.